This school was the venue to resolve the raging issue of the education of two of its young students. The entire Kaidakuri village had gathered. Government officials from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram and people's representatives were present to mediate and find a solution to the burning problem. The police too was there in strength to tackle any exigencies. The media was in full attendance to witness as to how the issue would be resolved. The students, Benson and Bincy, who were at the center of the issue, came to the venue along with their grandfather. They had tested HIV positive. Therefore, the health-conscious village community was not in favor of their entry into the school. The meeting began. The atmosphere was charged. A remark by the local MLA led to a noisy protest. Then came the turn of the parents to air their views. The president of the Parent Teachers Association, Mrs. Deepash Suresh, declared that parents would withdraw their children if the two HIV-infected students were allowed to study in the school. The others who addressed the tense gathering after her feared that their children would contract HIV if Benson and Bincy were allowed to study in the school. Some even grew angry. They alleged that their children were being treated as guinea pigs. The meeting, which was the last in a chain of AIDS awareness camps held in and around Kaidakuri village, would not convince the people. The reasoning by the doctors that one would not contract AIDS through social mingling and physical contact did not convince the gathering. They vociferously questioned the authenticity of the knowledge of doctors. It was a sheer example of emotions ruling over reason. The meeting ended on a panicked note, and it was left to the government to decide where Benson and Bincy would study. Oblivious of the decision and the gravity of the problem, the little ones returned home. The same evening, the government came up with a solution to the crisis. The solution was that Benson and Bincy would remain on the rolls of the Kaidakuri Government LP School, but would be taught at home by a teacher appointed by the government. Is this the right solution? Should HIV children be confined to their homes? Bincy is 7 and Benson 5. At this tender age, they have no playmates. Their world is confined to Bincy Bungalow, their home, and their dog is their only friend. Not many dare to visit them. It is left to their maternal grandparents, Givargis Johnny and Sali Kutti, to attend to their needs. Givargis, a retired army hand, finds it difficult to manage the life of the four with his meager pension. The children have hazy memories of their family, who were consumed by the dreaded disease, AIDS. Betty Mole, the eldest, was the first to die. Their father, Casey Chandi, died of AIDS in 1997. 3 years later, their mother, Mary John too, succumbed to AIDS. AIDS now haunts Benson and Bincy. They have no friends to play with and no school to go to. They live an ostracized life as others fear that they would contract AIDS.
AIDS is a disease state caused by the human immunodeficiency virus. This virus is present only in humans. It is not present in animals. It is not present in nature. It is not present in air, water or food or in insects. So it spreads only from humans to humans. It is an infectious disease, but it is not very infectious in nature. And the virus is present in fairly large quantities in blood, in vaginal fluid, in semen and also in breast milk. And these are the vehicles of transmission. Generally, it does not spread through other ways.
But society continues to attach a stigma to those who have AIDS. Family members shun the patients. While most are left to die unattended, some fortunate ones spend their last days in rehabilitation centers. AIDS is a major health problem which agencies such as the Kerala State AIDS Control Society are striving to contain. But the task is daunting as the disease has afflicted thousands.
See, as regards AIDS patients, the estimated number is around 1,200. That is full-fledged AIDS patients. Of course, regarding the HIV infected persons, we have a rough estimate of around 70,000, which may go up to 1 lakh. But regarding the children, we have an estimated number of 55, 60 children are in the state, and most of them are going to the schools. At least some of them may have special tuition in some care centers.
But Bincy and Benson are the unfortunate ones. Though they are good at studies, they have had to run from one school to another during the last 2 years. Bincy, the older of the two, has a happy picture of a school where she studied once. For her, school is a nice place to be, with loving teachers and playful classmates. Now, there aren't many schools in the vicinity of their home willing to accept them. They have approached many a school. While in some schools they were denied admission, in some others they were admitted only to be expelled later. They secured admission into Kaidakuri Government LP School after fasting before the government secretariat at Thiruvananthapuram. But once they were admitted, all the other children were withdrawn from the school Emmrc. For 2 days, the school functioned only for Bincy and Benson. Not everyone had objections to Bincy and Benson studying in the school along with their children. And the teachers were more than willing to teach them.
ഞങ്ങളെന്ന് പറയാൻ ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പം ഞങ്ങളുടെ അഡ്മിഷൻ്റെ രജിസ്റ്ററിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ 117 കുട്ടികളെ ചേർത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ 117 കുട്ടികളെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ ഞങ്ങൾ ബാധ്യസ്ഥരാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ കുട്ടികളെ ഇത്രയും പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് സന്തോഷമേ ഉള്ളൂ.
But a section of the public, misinformed as they were, opposed the admission of Bincy and Benson. They had apprehensions that it was not safe that those who have tested HIV positive should mingle freely with others.
There have been about 60 million HIV infected people in the world. Of them, 10% are children. And in the school situation, there's not a single case reported where a child has transmitted the HIV infection to another child. So just because of this, you know that it does not occur normally. See, but then people are naturally very anxious. One thing they say is, like, see, in the school, children might share sweets, they might share food. It does not, HIV infection does not spread that way. Another thing they say is, like, what happens if a child bleeds and the blood falls on the body of another child? See, the virus cannot pass through intact, healthy skin. So even if blood of an infected child gets into contact with the skin of another child, nothing happens. The virus is not dangerous. But then the question comes, what happens if the blood of a child gets into a fresh wound of another child? But this is an extremely remote occurrence. So even then, the chances of this occurring must be quite remote. Then one of the doubts raised to us, what happens if a child bites? Even in a bite, see, there's no transfer of blood as such. There's only transfer of saliva, if at all there is any transfer. Saliva does not contain enough viruses to transmit the infection.
Such explanations have not dispelled the fears of the people in Kaidakuri. The tragic fact remains that Binsi and Benson have received a raw deal. The futility of tutoring them in isolation is questioned by their home tutor.
എപ്പോഴും അവരുടെ പിയർ ഗ്രൂപ്പിനകത്ത് ആ ഒരു ഇതിനകത്ത് ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്വഭാവം ഒരിക്കലും വീട്ടിൽ രണ്ട് കുട്ടികളെ ഒറ്റപ്പെടുത്തി ഇരുത്തി പഠിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ കിട്ടുകയില്ല. അതിപ്പോൾ ഞാനല്ല എത്ര മിടുക്കനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സാറ് വിചാരിച്ചാലും ആ ഒരു അന്തരീക്ഷം ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനോ ആ കുട്ടികളെ അത്തരത്തിൽ ആ ഉല്ലാസത്തിന്റെ ഇതിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് വർക്കിംഗ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് വർക്കിംഗ് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ഘട്ടങ്ങളിലൂടെ കടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറ്റത്തില്ല. ഇതാണ് ആ കുട്ടികൾ ആ സ്കൂളിൽ നിന്ന് പുറത്താക്കി പ്രത്യേകം സ്കൂൾ വീട്ടിൽ കൊടുത്താൽ തന്നെയും ഈ ഒരു പരിമിതിയിൽ ആ കുട്ടിയെ കൊണ്ട്.
For Binsi and Benson, their grandparents are their only companions. In their advanced age, the old couple has been made to face a grave crisis involving their grandchildren. The grandmother, Sali Kuti, is asthmatic and suffers from blurred vision. Her prayers are not for her health, but for the health of her grandchildren. The loss of her daughter and son-in-law to AIDS and her grandchildren's suffering has convinced her that AIDS could be restricted from consuming an entire family.
ഇതുപോലുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യം മറ്റുള്ള പെൺകുട്ടികൾക്ക് വരാതിരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി നിർബന്ധമായി ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് ഈ HIV ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് പരിശോധിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം വിവാഹിതരാകുന്നതാണ് ഏറ്റവും നല്ലത്. അത് ആയിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇതുപോലുള്ള കുട്ടികളെയോ പെൺകുട്ടികളെയോ പുറത്ത് തള്ളുന്നതും സമൂഹം വെറുക്കുന്നതും ഒക്കെ വളരെ ദുഃഖകരമായ ഒരു സംഗതിയല്ലേ. ഈ മാതാപിതാക്കൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ടുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. ഗവൺമെന്റും അതിന് ഏറ്റവും പിന്തുണയായിട്ട് നിൽക്കണമെന്ന് ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോട് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്.
Children like Binsi and Benson have no friends. No organized efforts have been made to mitigate their hardship, as is being done in the case of full-blown AIDS patients. The Bishop Kundagulam Memorial Rehabilitation Center at Thrissur is one of the organizations that provides comfort to AIDS patients in their last days. The nuns who nurse these patients have seen the death of at least 160 of them in the past years, and they believe that the society should be more sympathetic to those afflicted by AIDS.
ഈ പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ അവയർനെസ് കൊടുക്കാനായിട്ട് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കെയർ ആൻഡ് സപ്പോർട്ട് സെൻറ്റർ അത്യാവശ്യമാണ്. ആ ഒരു അവയർനെസ് കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വീടുകളിൽ തന്നെ ഇവരെ ശുശ്രൂഷിക്കാനും പരിചരിക്കാനും ഇന്നത്തെ സമൂഹത്തിന് കഴിയണം. ഈ എയ്ഡ്സ് തൊട്ടതുകൊണ്ടോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്പർശിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരേ പ്ലേറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടോ ഒന്നും പകരാൻ ഇടയില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത്തരത്തിൽ എയ്ഡ്സ് ബാധിതരായ കുട്ടികളെ നമ്മൾ മറ്റുള്ള കുട്ടികളിൽ നിന്ന് മാറ്റി നിർത്തുന്നത് ഒട്ടും ശരിയല്ല.
Benson and Bincy are not the only children who have fallen victim to this apathetic attitude of society. As many as 30 HIV-infected children are reported to have been denied school education in different parts of Kerala. This in a state that boasts high literacy, high health standards and a high social consciousness. The academic session has ended. Next year, Benson will be in the 2nd standard and Bincy in the 3rd. But will there be a school for them and other HIV-positive children like them?
Welcome to the new session on information literacy and libraries. Information technology is changing our environment at an increasing rate by providing improved opportunities, required knowledge and skill that are not easily acquired. Once we acquire such knowledge and skill, to keep them up to date is even more difficult. Information literacy is increasingly important in the environment of rapid technological change and proliferating information resources. Too much information can create barriers in our lives. Information literacy is a set of skills needed to find, to retrieve, analyze and use information. It provides skills to know when we need information and where to locate it effectively and efficiently. It enables the users to analyze and evaluate the information they find. The concept of information literacy was first introduced in 1974 by Paul Zakarsky. According to him, people trained in the application of information resources to their work can be called information literate. They have learned techniques and skills for utilizing the wide range of information tools as well as primary resources in molding information. Information literacy. The concepts underlying information literacy are not new. The idea that the students must first decide what type of information they need, figure out where to find the information, consider how to find the information and then determine if the information meets their needs, has always been the basis of traditional research cycle. Today, information literacy is no longer limited to the world of librarians and information professionals. It is spreading into the educational community as a whole and more specifically into international organizations such as UNESCO. Information literacy is concerned with teaching and learning about the whole range of information sources and formats. Information literacy forms the basis for lifelong learning. It is a set of abilities requiring individuals to recognize when information is needed and have the ability to locate, evaluate and use effectively the needed information according to Association of College and Research Libraries. The American Library Association's Presidential Committee on Information Literacy final report states that to be information literate, a person must be able to recognize when the information is needed and have the ability to locate, evaluate and use effectively the needed information. It enables learners to master contents and extends their investigations to become more self-directed and to assume greater control over their own learning. The first step in the information problem solving process is to recognize that an information need exists and to define that need. The student should be able to A. Recognize different uses of information, that is occupational, intellectual and recreational. B. Place the information needed within a frame of reference, that is who, what, when, where, how and why. C. Relate the information needed to prior knowledge. D. Formulate the information problem using a variety of questioning skills, that is yes, no, open-ended, etc. Steps in information literacy strategies. 1. Knowing the requirements. The first step in the information literacy strategy is to clarify and understand the requirements of the problem or task for which information is sought. The basic questions asked at this stage are: what is known about the topic, what information is needed, and where can the information be found. Number 2, locating. The second step is to identify sources of information and to find those resources. Depending upon the task, the sources that will be helpful may vary. Sources may include books, encyclopedias, maps, almanacs, etc. Sources may be in electronic, print or other formats. Number 3, selecting or analyzing. The step 3 involves examining the resources that were found. The information must be determined to be useful or not useful in solving the problem. The useful resources are selected and inappropriate resources are rejected. Number 4, organizing or synthesizing. It is the fourth step that information which has been selected is organized and processed so that knowledge and solutions are developed. Examples of basic steps in this stage are: discriminating between fact and opinion, basing comparisons on similar characteristics, noticing various interpretations of data, finding more information if needed, organizing ideas and information logically. Number 5, creating or presenting. In step 5, the information or solution is presented to the appropriate audience in an appropriate format. Types of information literacy. Computer literacy. Computer is a tool that facilitates and extends our abilities to learn and process information. Computer literacy is generally thought of as familiarity with a personal computer and the ability to create and manipulate documents and data via word processing, spreadsheet databases and other software tools. Network literacy. Network literacy is the ability to locate, to access and use information in a networked environment such as the World Wide Web. Digital literacy. Digital literacy is the ability to understand and use information in multiple formats from a wide range of sources when it is presented via computers. It is the awareness, attitude and ability of individuals to appropriately use digital tools and facilities to identify, access, manage, integrate, evaluate, analyze and synthesize digital resources, construct new knowledge, create media expressions and communicate with others in the context of specific life situations in order to enable constructive social action and to reflect upon this process. Visual literacy. Visual literacy is defined as the ability to understand and use images, including the ability to think, to learn, to express oneself in terms of images. Media literacy. Media literacy is the ability of a citizen to access, analyze and produce information for specific outcomes. Those who advocate media literacy recognize the influence of television, motion pictures, radio, recorded music, newspapers and magazines have on us daily. Information literacy standards. In school education, national standards of the American Association of School Librarians that reference information literacy and are inclusive of national content standards include: 1. The student will access information efficiently and effectively. 2. The student will evaluate information critically and competently. 3. The student will use information accurately and creatively. Association of College and Research Libraries, a division of the American Library Association, released the Information Literacy Competency Standards for Higher Education. There are 5 standards which are directly linked to a host of performance indicators. These standards and performance indicators are often considered the best practices against which institutions of higher education can implement and assess information literacy programs. The standards are: Standard 1. The information literate student determines the nature and extent of information needed. Standard 2. The information literate student accesses needed information effectively and efficiently. Standard 3. The information literate student evaluates information and its sources critically and incorporates selected information into his or her knowledge base and value system. Standard 4. The information literate student individually or as a member of a group uses information effectively to accomplish a specific purpose. Standard 5. The information literate student understands many of the economic, legal and social issues surrounding the use of information and accesses and uses information ethically and legally. These standards are meant to span from the simple to more complicated, or in terms of Bloom's taxonomy of educational objectives, from the lower order to the higher order. The lower order skills would involve, for instance, being able to use an online catalog to find a book in an academic library. The higher order skills would involve critically evaluating and synthesizing information from multiple sources to a coherent interpretation or argument. There are 5 standards and 22 performance indicators for assessing information literacy competency. The standards focus upon the needs of the students in higher education at all levels of education. The standards also list a range of outcomes for accessing students' progress towards information literacy. These outcomes serve as guidelines for faculty, librarians and others in developing local methods for measuring students' learning in the context of an institution's unique mission. Need for information literacy study. Research and development activities in information literacy have been focused on education both in schools and in higher education. Especially in the last 20 years, library scientists have advocated the importance of information literacy and have developed standards, especially for application in higher education. The focus of information literacy research has often been primarily on universities. There is evidence of engagement by teachers and academicians with the implications for pedagogy of the changing nature of information resources and information use, but equally there is a recognition that more needs to be done to transform education into a form suitable for the preparation and continuing education of peoples in the information age. This is particularly so as some policy makers have focused only on the prerequisite task of acquiring the skills to use new information communication technologies. Information literacy includes wider issues about the ways in which technologies frame access to information and the skills needed to interpret and use information effectively. The wider corpus of information literacy needs to be understood and promulgated in order that the advantages of the information society can be realized. The essential difference between ICT skills and information literacy is illustrated by the distinction that can be made between receiving and transmitting information using ICT and the process of transforming information to create new knowledge using information literacy before transmitting the new information. Information literacy and libraries. Library and information professionals aim to ensure that all persons throughout the world to avail the same opportunity and participate in the information society without any hindrance to physical, mental, regional, social or cultural barriers. Information literacy recognizes that the library professionals, educators and users need to work at their ability to be information literate over a lifetime. It encompasses the sustained ability to acquire and use information as appropriate to any situation within and beyond the library, both locally and globally. It involves an array of competencies appropriate for individuals and groups to survive and function successfully. It covers all forms in which information is communicated and carried, like visual, textual and sound, and all forms by which human beings process information, including braille, sign language and oral traditions. Library professionals and special educators should not only be adequately information literate but also must develop teaching abilities beyond that of basic user education or user instruction programs in order to include new kinds of outreach activities. Library information professionals will be able to know that a need has arisen to create a special collection. The uncertain quality and expanding quantity of information also pose large challenges for society. Sheer abundance of information and technology will not in itself create more informed citizens without a complementary understanding and capacity to use information effectively. An information literate person is seen to have the ability to recognize when he needs information and to identify, locate, evaluate, organize and make effective use of that information to resolve issues and problems. Basically, information literacy provides the foundation for lifelong learning, which is increasingly viewed as a fundamental human right. UNESCO refers to the importance of information literacy in terms of capacity building. That is, everybody should have the opportunity to acquire the skills in order to understand, participate actively in, and benefit fully from the emerging knowledge societies. The 2003 Information Literacy Meeting of Experts in Prague identified information literacy as a powerful community tool that facilitates access to information that has real impact on its health, wealth, and well-being. Information literacy skills are vital to future success, and therefore, information literacy skills must be taught in the context of the overall process. Instruction in information literacy skills must be integrated into the curriculum and reinforced both within and outside the educational setting. The researchers are the generators of new information. They recognize the need for information, collect the data, analyze the data, and generate new information. The researcher who is not an information literate cannot generate new information. They must know when the information is needed, how it is collected, and from where it is collected, and how it is processed and utilized. So, study of information literacy is very important for the library and information professionals, not only to provide better collection and best services for their clientele, but also to make the users information literate. Increasing attention to information literacy in recent years is partly due to the result of information overload, especially related to the growth of digital information, which has even caused a new ailment called information fatigue syndrome, and partly because of the new focus on student learning in a lifelong learning context. It has also created a need for a reconceptualization of the roles and responsibilities of library and information professionals in a new learning environment. Although there has always been a need to find, evaluate, and effectively use information, the abilities needed to do so have just grown larger, more complex, and more important in the information and communication technology environment. There is also a shift towards broader context to connect information literacy with an active, effective, and responsible citizenship supporting personal empowerment and an enriched life through lifelong learning. And it is an important factor in the corporate sector. In this context, several reports have emphasized the importance of finding, evaluating, and using information, although the term information literacy is not used. For example, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, representing 22 European and 7 other countries, has highlighted the role of information-related competencies in several reports. The report, The Knowledge-Based Economy, discussing the increasing demand for more highly skilled workers, includes the following observation. The knowledge-based economy is characterized by the need for continuous learning of both codified information and the competencies to use this information. As access to information becomes easier and less expensive, the skills and competencies relating to the selection and efficient use of information become more crucial. Capabilities for selecting relevant information and discarding irrelevant items, recognizing patterns in information, interpreting and decoding information, as well as learning new and forgetting old skills are in increasing demand. Another report, Learning to Bridge the Digital Divide, put it this way. The skills of finding and interpreting information are seen to be more important than the skills of retention and recording, and the ability to seek and exchange information using databases and networks is not simply dependent on access to technology, but requires possession of the necessary technical skills. In addition, it calls for basic competence in being able to choose, classify, and critically evaluate the information that becomes accessible. The report also expressed concern that many students lack experience in information handling and in effective independent learning, and encourages schools to develop the learning environment in ways that give students a more active role that support the ability to find information and transform it into knowledge, and provide skills how to find interesting, relevant and reliable information and how to work with it. The OECD's Educational Policy Analysis 2001 states, the knowledge economy is based on the production and use of information and knowledge. The ability to produce and use information effectively is thus a vital source of skills for many individuals. And again, the report Learning to Change, ICT in Schools notes, in a world with easy access to huge source of information, the skills of accessing, handling and using data and materials become more important than the ability to recall in detail ever greater amounts across many fields of knowledge. However, information handling skills are seen in this report as a part of digital literacy. To conclude, information literacy occurs at the intersection of teaching, thinking and learning within the broader environment of technology. We can define information literacy as a set of skills needed to find, retrieve, analyze and use information. Students should be prepared to apply the information skills they learn as students to all aspects of their lives as citizens, family members, employees and professionals. Information literate students have transferable skills from their formal education they can use throughout life as a means towards continued learning. The various efforts on behalf of information literacy represent an extraordinary convergence of several forces concerned with educating accrediting agencies, state legislatures, employers and university administrators, faculty and librarians. In addition, it reflects some of the most progressive thinking on pedagogy. It takes into account the changes brought both in the academy and in the society of which it is a part by the rapid development in computer technologies. But despite all of these forward-looking elements, information literacy also looks back. It is founded upon some of the oldest goals of education to inculcate a spirit of critique and independence of mind. It is becoming a more important part of school education. It is also a vital part of university level education. In our information-centric world, students must develop information skills at an early stage of education so that they are prepared for post-secondary opportunities, whether that be the workplace or in the pursuit of education. Here are some assignments to work on. 1. Define the concept information literacy. 2. Explain the elements of information literacy. Explain the standards of information literacy. Here are some references for future use. Information literacy, a literature review, retrieved from www.learnhigher.mmu.ac.uk by Zakowski Paul. Information literacy competency standards for higher education, retrieved from www.acrl.org by Association of College and Research Libraries. Information literacy, retrieved from www.ala.org by American Library Association, 1986. Computer literacy, retrieved from www.acrl.org by ACRL 2000. Network literacy retrieved from www.acrl.org by ACRL 2000. Thank you for watching this session. See you next time. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an eminent scholar and researcher and an academician in the area of GIS and remote sensing, Dr. Ramarao Nidamanudi. Welcome, sir.
Welcome.
So he is from Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum, and he did his MTech in remote sensing and PhD from IIT Roorkee, again in remote sensing, and he got different postdoctoral degrees from Australia and Germany in the area of remote sensing and GIS. So presently you are with ISRO Institute and Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. Sir, so what is the evolution of remote sensing in India and in a global scenario, and what is the present status of remote sensing technology in India?
As far as this India and starting with remote sensing is concerned, India started launching first satellite in remote sensing in 1988 with IRS-1A as the first satellite,
Okay.
with a sensor called LIS-1, where the resolution is about 72.5 meter with 4 spectral bands with 7-bit radiometer accuracy.
Okay.
And that was the first satellite, in fact launched from India's own spaceport in Sriharikota with our own PSLV launch vehicle.
Okay.
And that time it was in fact one of the contemporary resolutions in those days were having multispectral data about 72 meters with a repeat cycle of about 24 days. Then within few years then it was followed up by IRS-1B, where the resolutions and other sensor parameters were improved upon, and the resolution became in fact 32 meters instead of 71, and same sensor configuration continued. And then by 1995 the resolution is actually much better, while the power of sensors improved dramatically. At the same time, globally there was some good achievement, particularly from French satellite, where they produced about 10 meters of panchromatic, what we call is black and white picture. In the remote terminology we call panchromatic sensor. They actually could launch one spot with a 10 meters resolution. That time we came up with the IRS-1C. In fact, ISRO made this satellite with containing the same LIS-2 become LIS-3. There the resolution actually was much better compared to 32 meter. It again come down to about 23 meter, and there we included a new panchromatic sensor with a 5.8 meter resolution. That was one of the best spatial resolutions available at those times, and it continued, followed up by another mission called IRS-1D in 98. And since then there have been several space launches, both remote sensing, improve upon the existing resolution and catering into a new domain of applications such as ocean applications, atmosphere, and also
weather. So in addition to high resolution land based remote sensor, which are like panchromatic and LIS3 based imaging, a new series of sensor called ocean color monitor was also included, where it could have very high resolution data, particularly monitoring the color of ocean chlorophyll productivity. All those applications were actually started getting enhanced importance those days, and that was followed with a machine called IRS OceanSat-1. And then there was much more improvement, where these same land based sensors, ocean based sensor, included in another mission by putting another wide field of view sensor, where you can improve the acquisition of data over a short time. So compared to some 24 days of LIS3 high resolution data, you can have a perspective of entire globe or India as a small set of images within less than 5 days of revisit time. So that has been followed by many missions. And during 2002 and 2003, there has been tremendous improvement in civil as well as military applications, where some of the sensors were actually launched exclusively for defense purposes, where even during the 2001, India actually launched a sensor with 1 meter capability. While that was the time where private players in abroad, they actually offering commercial versions about 1 meter resolution, and that was best available for anyone to buy. Whereas we had that kind of resolution data, but for some time it was given for defense, but later on improvements were made, and the very same resolutions were actually made even for civilian with a satellite name called Cartosat, where 2.5 meters of stereoscopic data was actually made available in that sensor, and that was one of the best configurations those time. And continued that in the multispectral front, the 23 meters now again actually came down to 5.8 meters.
That is the present.
That's the best resolution in the multispectral camera, and we can still have the same kind of configuration with a little more improvements made in the LIS3, and the present suite of sensors where we call land-based remote applications. For example, the recent resource SAT2, all these LIS3, LIS4, and wide field of view, which again has got some improvement in terms of resolution. Earlier it was about 180 meter, now it became actually 56 meter, while the radiometry was much improved compared to 7 bit, now it became 10 bit. And in addition to that, there are also possible applications, atmosphere, ocean, and global monitoring also now possible with all the remote sensors. In addition to these all terrestrial based remote sensor, there have been few efforts and success in even the planetary missions as well. We could see that Chandrayaan was also made it. So where this as a capable remote sensing instrument with a different kind of applications, including surface mapping, mineral composition, all things are actually possible with Indian missions. Now compared to the contemporary capabilities and available to sensor, India is one of the very few national levels nations where a suite of remote sensing satellites are there, and which can have a constellation of satellites in themselves. In that way, I think it is none second to anybody. It is fine doing.
Okay, so that is a very valid information that India is far ahead among other countries compared in this area of remote sensing, right? Sir, this is a fascinating world of satellites. So what is the different type of satellites available presently to handle different applications in remote sensing?
As far as the different type of satellites are concerned, we can broadly put into two categories, where we call passive remote sensing satellite, which depend on solar radiation. Another kind of satellite is actually active remote sensing, where satellite will have its own source of radiation. So it illuminates the targets and captures the data. In this passive remote sensing satellite, which are actually the common domain of remote sensing, right from the beginning of remote sensing, this passive or the normal mode followed. There you can say two kind of subdivision. One is very high spectral resolution satellite, and another very high spatial resolution. So as far as spatial resolution concerned, starting from 70 meter, which 72 meter, which came on Landsat 1, 1972, Now 72, 32, 20, 10, 5, 1 meter, and now it came actually 30 centimeters.
Oh, great.
And that is the capability reached as of now in a remote sensing satellite. So exceptionally improvements in terms of resolutions. And then many times what happens is, merely having very high resolution would not complete the picture. Sometimes many things are actually observed from their properties, how they interact with telecom radiation in different spectral band, where the spectral resolution also an important ingredient to make any kind of wild observations and measurement. In that case, starting from few bands, about 4 to 5 bands in the multispectral domain, a very discrete thing, it had been improved from 3 to 5 to 10, 30 bands with mode sensor. Now, where the case is that we have had more than 220 bands and a space for satellite at 30 meter resolution. That's what we call very hyperspectral remote sensing sensor, where much have been improved. This is the improvement that made in terms of optical domain or passive remote sensing satellite. And another domain of this remote sensing, the active remote sensing, where we can again make into two categories. One is this laser scanning, another is microwave scanning, microwave remote sensing. So, this microwave remote sensing is like having a microwave radiator which emits a microwave radiation, illuminates a target and records its return. It's much like a radar kind of principle. Advantage is that when we look at it, optical remote sensing data is only possible where atmosphere is friendly to you.
Yes.
In the sense it won't come your way. If there are any clouds, any rain, then there is no possible that you get data in a optical domain. But if you see most of these tropical countries, including 80% of India, clouds are going to be there always in entire monsoon season. So, even though having very high resolutions and capable optical sensor, we cannot get data which is cloud free. That can be actually circumvented by this microwave sensor, where this microwave radiation is not that much sensitive to atmosphere. It can penetrate. It can be used during the entire day and night.
Okay.
So, if we like to have any imaging done or any observations made, including floods or any kind of transient phenomenon, actually microwave complement that kind of capability.
Okay.
It will give you data. And where now the present scenario of microwave also, excellent possibilities are there. And in that front also, there has been a significant improvement in Indian capability to have a civilian microwave sensor that we call recently RISAT-2, where radar imaging satellite from ISRO, where the spatial resolutions of the radar imaging satellites are actually quite variable. We can get as best as 5 meters and as moderate as 50 meters from the same satellite. That's is another already there. And globally there have been several countries making it, and a few companies, private players also having that, and systems are good. And another category is what we call is LiDAR remote sensing, or in general we call them laser scanning, where the same principle used for radar remote sensing here used. The only difference is that instead of microwave radiation here is going to be a laser.
Okay.
Here the scanning is done in a such a way that actually you can fill the entire area of a view of the satellite with the points.
Okay.
So that the entire 3D information of any target of interest or any area is actually captured, where you could able to find the geometry and rich spatial information of the thing. And like microwave satellite, this laser scanning also independent of atmosphere. So, in fact, night time is more better than daytime.
Okay.
So, these are the 4 categories and which made it, and the resolutions are as of now exceptional. Microwave about 2 meters is possible, and laser scanning 60 points per meter square is now is going on.
Okay. So, it's very interesting. You talked about the spatial resolution and the spectral resolution, and you are talking about the very high resolution images, right? So, my interest is, so how can I get the data for a research or academic purposes? So, which agency is providing this high resolution images, remote sensed images for a academic institution?
For an academic perspective where research, for example, doctoral research or master's undergraduate research is concerned, or even an individual faculty research, where a key formal project is not anything. Actually, there are several places where different types of data, all kinds of data, microwave, laser scanning, optical, in fact, thermal, all kinds of satellite images are there, which actually we can download for free.
Okay.
And for just to give you an example, if we look at our Indian satellite data ranging from list 3, list 4, even wide field of a sensor, where you can get data at 56 meters, 23 meters, even 5.8 meters, we can actually download the data for few days for any region in India, including high resolution digital elevation model that was prepared actually from Cartosat data from a web-based 3D portal called Bhuvan.
Okay.
That Bhuvan is now being hosted by Emmrc Hyderabad, where actually we can register ourselves and we can download for free about India. On the other hand, as of now we have no provision for other kind of data such as laser scanning, but there are several online resources, for example usgs.gov.in, where we can actually download satellite data of most of the foreign agencies, including laser scanning data. And those data sets many times also come with very high resolution ground truth data. So if research is there and the study is not based entirely on a specific site in India or elsewhere, then there is no limitation as such. You can have the data set downloaded and you can analyze and you can validate them with the available ground truth image that they provide. So that's there.
Okay. So could you please explain the image processing techniques that we normally apply in the remote sensed images? How we can process the images for a particular application? Suppose we want to identify the water bodies from the remote sensed images, or the vegetation, different type of vegetation. What are the normal image processing techniques that we can apply on this?
In general, there are two ways that we can actually process any kind of remote sensing or satellite images for this kind of application, that including not only vegetation, water, but any kind of surface based land surface based features and covers mapping and monitoring. There are two categories that we can put. One is a generic analytical perspective, where you are going to analyze the entire image based on some kind of techniques. So irrespective of your own interest of only one kind of land cover, you can actually identify and map all the available land covers in an image. In general, the normal procedure followed is supervised learning, where within you will be having some known data samples within particular image, and you are going to deploy a kind of a supervised statistical classifier which actually models the properties of different land covers available in the image based on the references that you provide. So once that particular classifier is trained with the sample data, it could actually detect and label each and every point in the image, each and every pixel in the image. So at the end of it, you are going to get your entire area as a classified. So within that, you can have a further filtering of whatever land cover that you like to have. That's one generic process. But as I mentioned, there are some cases where resolution of your satellite plays an important role on what kind of method you are going to make it. And then if you are looking for a specific case of say water bodies monitoring, then there is a little different approach we follow. For example, every material has a different interaction mechanism with algorithm radiation. Take the case of this water body. Pure water, if it is pure, it has a tendency of absorbing all the near infrared radiation, and it reflects to a certain extent in the visible radiation. So its nature is that you will have got reflectance received in the visible, for example in blue or green wavelength, and near infrared radiations, for example about 1.1 micrometer, it would not retain any reflectance at all. So, if you take a ratio of these two bands, so one in blue, another is near infrared. So, ideally, if near infrared very less and blue is very high, you will get this ratio as a big number. So, you will have got a number that indicates the presence and quality of water. So, on the other hand, if the water is say not pure, turbid, infested with trees or some kind of any other impurity, then the near infrared radiation actually increases its reflectance. In that case, this near infrared will have return signal, so your ratio of blue to near infrared will be less. So, based on that kind of index, what we call a spectral index, you can have a quantitative way of mapping a water pixel in any area. And this can be fairly automated as well. If you still like to have a full-fledged and automated way where you would like to have homogeneity also maintained, then deploy this kind of water specific spectral indices with a normalization procedure followed by a kind of small morphological operation, so that any breaks, sudden breaks are taken care of. Then we can actually get a kind of automated method for water body detection. Similarly, vegetation is a detection also like that, where vegetation characteristic feature is low reflectance in red because this chlorophyll absorbed and a very strong reflection in near infrared. So, at about 750 or 790 nanometer, vegetation reflects more than 60%, whereas at the red band between 650 and 680, its reflectance would be only order of 5 to 7% in healthy vegetation. So, if you take a ratio of these two, you would get quite big number. So, near infrared divided by red. So, that indicates the presence of vegetation. So, if you take this ratio, apply this band combination and compute it, wherever vegetation is there, it is going to be a positive number and bigger number. As vegetation comes down, so soil dominance will be more, soil will also have equally strong reflectance in visible, so your number becomes less, and that is indication of low level presence of vegetation. Similarly, some of these things can be actually automated, where you can have a first to second level of mapping done in automated way.
So, sir, GIS is another application area, so closely related to remote sensing, geographical information systems. So, you might have worked on this type of projects, right? Could you please explain certain projects that is used for environmental planning or infrastructure planning or making decision support system based on the GIS platform?
GIS is one of the key platforms, technology and database platforms, which actually is a system itself at the same time, which is part of any remote sensing based system. As the name suggests, geographical information system, any data that has a relevance to location is captured, processed and recorded in a software platform, in database platform, where you can analyze the data in such a way that you can model anything based on anything. For example, take the simplest case of water quality. Water quality is often decided by, if it is a urban body, the land use, present land use, and much of urban sprawl, and how much of actually waste generated per day, what is the mechanism, where are the places of solid waste dump. All these are different places of different parameters that affect your quality. So, if we have got a spatial map of these layers, say waste quality, waste dump areas, map of waste dump areas, urban sprawl areas, and addition to water bodies location, actually you can analyze how much is the contribution of water quality deterioration from the waste dump at a particular location X. Similarly, you can also perform a kind of overlay analysis such that what is the population pressure that actually affects this kind of solid waste dump and in turn water quality. So, the existence, quality and its dynamics can be easily actually modeled in a GIS platform, because you will have the data of various type of parameters as a spatial reference at the GIS layer, and all can be integrated and put into a model in such that you can actually simulate, measure and map any parameter based on these your data. So that's all possible in the GIS system. And in this connection, remote sensing, where satellites and other imaging data sources are one of the prominent sources of data that you require. For example, if you like to know how much of urban sprawl is there and where is the buildings and where is the open space, that you can get from the satellite data analysis. So once you analyze satellite data, convert that into a GIS database format and you can import into GIS system. So that serves as a standard database for it. So many times GIS is well integrated with the remote sensor data sources, and this can also accept data from any point of, including non-spatial data as an attribute data. That explains further what happens if this kind of data are there. So these two are actually complementary, where the power is much higher if these two are well taken care of.
So it's also very interesting. You have mentioned many applications. So suppose we are looking for a application which integrates the remote sense data for precision agriculture. Suppose you have water bodies, and what is could you please explain the possibility of exploring the prediction? Suppose you have a data of a period of time and about a water body or a agriculture land. So is that possible to predict what will happen to this body or water body, or that type of application is also already available?
Actually that is quite possible.
Okay.
And we can also actually what you call is modeling.
Okay.
A kind of modeling and simulation, where if you just refer to this water bodies and precision agriculture, reason is many of these things are affected by many parameters.
Okay.
And if we have got the data, for example, soil, nature of soil, local geology and drainage network, all the streams, their network, where they source and where they end up, and their proximal other land cover, actually we can easily model and predict what is the area, extent, dynamics and quality of all these water resources over any point of time. You can actually predict in future with a well defined parameters of interest, with reliable estimates of all the parameters, and also we can actually back predict.
Okay.
We can actually simulate this with a very precision what would have been the condition of these water bodies about some time back.
Okay.
That's possible. And yes, this present status is easily available from any high resolution remote sensing data, and that can be integrated with GIS data. And if we have this data of, for example, local land use, soil, water, geology, drainage network, actually we can have a very good land use modeling done, which we call prediction models and integrated assessment model. In these integrated assessment model, you can actually model any system, and you have the flexibility in addition to catering to immediate requirement. You can actually assess a scenario based.
Okay.
For example, you can think that what happens if this particular area become forest. If the present land use say urban, suddenly their forest has come. So how that particular change in the land use is going to affect your water resources in terms of their area, quality and its future dynamic. So we can actually visualize and predict with a statistics and map very well. That's possible. That is there in, that is actually the real power of this GIS data system.
Actually, so what are the research institutes and programs or academic programs that supports this remote sensing in GIS?
As of this remote sensing in GIS, from academic training is concerned, most of the central organizations, they have this master's program already running. Many MTechs in geoinformatics, or some university called photogrammetry remote sensing, or some university called geomatics. Despite small change in title, all can be generically called as remote sensing GIS. About 5 to 7 IITs and more than 10 NITs are actually offering master's program in geoinformatics.
Okay.
That apart, in every state we would find at least 2-3 institutions, universities, state universities offering master's program. Some of those divisions could be in the environmental, some in the civil engineering department, and some in geography department, but it has established itself as a full-fledged academic field of study, and where masters and doctoral programs are very well integrated and well defined. So there are several institutions, including few private institutions such as SRM, Symbiosis institutions, which offer masters and PhD programs in remote sensing GIS. So this well established field of study now.
So this is a interdisciplinary research area.
Yeah.
So what is the basic requirement to enter in the field of remote sensing and GIS?
Basic field, yes, as you rightly mentioned, it is interdisciplinary. Anyone after +2, in fact, can think of spatially.
Okay.
Anyone who can think any time is spatial visualization.
Okay.
What happens if it is a space? What happens if this is a land? That will be a starting ground. So that said, though as of now at undergraduate level, particularly in the traditional domains such as BA, BSc, it has not been part of the curriculum, but at the professional levels where BTech civil engineering, it has already been a part of the curriculum. So at the undergraduate level itself, it already become part of it. And all the universities or institutions which offer BTech civil engineering, they have got these 2 papers, at least minimum 2 papers of GIS, remote sensing, and 1 satellite image analysis courses already become part of it. So right from undergraduate is already started, and that's the best time also to start with. And as it's a cross-disciplinary, one can become a specialist in one area of interest, for example in geology, environmental science, or geology, or geography, or any kind of forestry, agriculture. At the same time, becoming familiar with, studying it, and having a working level knowledge of remote sensing GIS is actually very crucial. And nowadays, a systematic study of these, any of these scientific and engineering field is not possible without having resorting to use or try to use of these remote sensing GIS tools and data sources. So that's already well integrated. One cannot escape out of this. Such an important tool it becomes.
Yes. As this has become a promising technology, so we have many real life applications are in the present scenario. We have navigation applications, we have mobile applications, so we have many open source tools available. So what will be the future of this GIS in India?
The future of GIS is started from a modest beginning for a research tool, and then slightly at a lower level of national level broad mapping of natural resources, and a case studies. Now, thanks to the technologies, mobile computing and imaging capabilities, these remote sensing GIS become an important that it is actually replacing some of the traditional fields of working. For example, until now we have got all the revenue records in terms of the simple cadastral maps, which are of some 100 years old or even old, where finding a proper identification or extent of a land is really impossible many times. Now, several state governments we actually started making all these land records a GIS compatible record, and if you see that every field with its cadastral boundaries, its location based on GPS coordinate, and true owner of that particular plot is going to be mapped with the GIS technology. And advantage that all these technologies are actually linked with mobile technologies. So the situation now that on our smartphone we can actually see where our field is, if anybody wants some kind of piece of land, and what are its boundaries, and he can actually perform some kind of measurements as well. So it already become part of practical tool, and that is about one land thing, revenue. For example, if you see a business, it has been already we have been using. So every business enterprise like to see location, movement of resources, and movement of the people as a function of location and time. So as GIS will able to give you location of any coordinate and any object, it lets you see where actually something is nearer to you, and where it is what, how much time it takes to move one place to other. This data has been actually much more exploited by all the business enterprises to make business sustainable and profitable by using a smart way of GIS. And similarly, we have been now accustomed to the case of navigation, where every new car that we can buy, we like to ask whether this navigation is there or not. Very, very important civilian application of GIS and remote sensing and particularly GPS satellite is that we can actually very well show that where I am going to is the way. We can easily map in GIS navigation. So that is one of the very comfortable and confident applications of these GIS and remote sensing technologies. And if we see the future, I think every instrument, electronic instrument, perhaps mobile and any device, is going to have a small application of this GIS as a small server, so that you will be invariably using all the geolocation specific information for your own benefit.
Yes. So no innovation is worthwhile unless it is useful for the masses.
Yeah.
So this is a promising technology. So thank you very much for your time. Very interesting and informative talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the session on the history of science education, the ancient and medieval India. As human beings living in the 21st century, we all know the importance and benefits of science. It is nearly impossible to think of a life or a society that doesn't rely on the benefits of science. It has pervaded human lives as an integral component, and to insulate life from science will be impractical. It helps us to establish an important relationship between our lives and the environment we live in. Needless to say, a better understanding of science and the application of science in various realms such as agriculture and industry contribute towards the development of our country. It is in this context that science education attains supreme importance with regard to educational system in general. What is science education? Science is both a process and knowledge. It is a well established fact that science has a special place in education right from the school years. Young children should learn science by understanding not just its content but its methodology as well. An effective science education would combine aspects of science as a discipline and scientific methodology. The primary objective of science education is the attainment of knowledge. Education in the various disciplines related to sciences such as mathematics, chemistry, physics and life sciences will help young students to amass a wealth of knowledge, information, data and facts. In the modern scenario, science is taught in schools in the form of the above mentioned disciplines. The aim of teaching science in school is to fill students with facts through both textual knowledge and experiments. You have studied physics, chemistry, biology and mathematics during your school years. You might have taken up science related stream for your higher secondary education as well. But have you ever wondered how and when science education has become such an integral part of our education system? Have you given a thought to how the teaching of science looked like in ancient times when there were no colleges or laboratories? We are taking up these questions in this unit and a couple of other related units. Before we look deep into the forms and structures that facilitate science education in the contemporary Indian education system, let us take a glance at the beginnings and the history of science starting from ancient period. Science education in ancient India. A strong knowledge of science was considered as an essential part of life and education in India from ancient times. India boasts of a history of science education in both pure and applied forms. The history of science education in India can be dated back to about 2600 years. With a flourishing tradition of scientific research, our country has contributed to the repertoire of scientific knowledge from ancient and medieval times to the modern era. However, the study of science as a set of organized disciplines began in the modern period. Science and technology in ancient and medieval India comprised of all major branches of human activities and knowledge, including mathematics, astronomy, chemistry, medical science, and surgery and physics, to mention a few. The learning of science in the early period was largely practical in nature. The archaeological remains of the Indus Valley civilization reveal interesting facts about the ways ancient people used science in its applied forms. Scientific techniques were used in different realms of life and administration, such as irrigation, metallurgy, architecture, pottery, and measurement of volumes and areas. Taxila, also known as Takshashila, was one of the earliest universities in the world, which attracted students from across the continents. According to historians, the major fields of study at Taxila included mathematics, astronomy, medicine, surgery, and metallurgy. As already said, in this unit, we are looking at the beginning and developments of science and science education in various fields of knowledge during ancient and medieval times. This unit will focus mainly on the development and contributions of scientific knowledge in the fields of mathematics and astronomy, medicine and surgery, and physics and chemistry. Let us see how the ancient India contributed to the development of science education. Contributions and development in the field of mathematics and astronomy. Of all the contributions ancient India has made to the development of modern sciences, contributions in the field of mathematics are best known. Indian mathematics during the age of pre-Greek civilization developed chiefly along two broad and overlapping traditions, the geometric tradition and the algebraic and arithmetical tradition. Other pre-Greek civilizations, such as the Babylonian and Egyptian civilizations, progressed along the traditions of computation. Abraham Siedenberg, a famous historian of mathematics, argues that the birth of geometry and mathematics can be traced to Rigvedic rituals. He has also argued that Indian geometry predates Greek geometry by centuries. Ancient Indian mathematics was known in the general name of Ganita. It included different branches such as arithmetic, geometry, and algebra. Astrology and astronomy were also considered as part of mathematics in that period. Aryabhatta, an ancient Indian thinker, is believed to have contributed to the discipline of mathematics by giving a new dimension to trigonometry. The decimal system is also considered as an innovation of India. By the 3rd century BC, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics began to develop as separate branches of science. Ancient Indians made 3 notable contributions in the field of mathematics, namely 1. Notation system, 2. Decimal system, and 3. The use of zero. Evidences for the use of decimal system can be found in certain epigraphs that date back to the 5th century AD. This means that long before the West started using numerals, they have been in use in ancient India. Inscriptions of Ashoka testify to this fact, and Indians are considered as the first to use the decimal system. History has it that the Chinese learned this system from Buddhist missionaries of ancient times, and the West borrowed it from the Arabs when they came into contact with India. Around the 2nd century BC, zero was discovered by Indians who considered it as a separate numeral from the very beginning. Practical geometry was used as early as the 2nd century BC to construct altars where ancient kings offered their sacrifices. The concepts of acute angle, obtuse angle and right angle were used for this purpose. The rule for finding the area of a triangle was formulated by Aryabhatta, and that led to the development of trigonometry as a mathematical branch. The development of mathematics took new heights during the Gupta period. The invention of a rudimentary form of algebra in those early periods made calculations possible and led to the study of numbers for its own sake. Several discoveries were made by Indian mathematicians such as Brahmagupta, Mahavira and Bhaskara. Interestingly, these discoveries were made known to the West only after Renaissance. Early Indian mathematicians knew the importance of positive and negative quantities. They also evolved a system for extracting cube roots and squares. Ancient mathematicians could also solve quadratic and certain types of indeterminate equations. Aryabhatta is believed to have given an approximate value of pi. The value he has given was considered more accurate than what was given by the Greeks. A number of achievements were made in the areas of trigonometry, spherical geometry and calculus. Contributions and developments in the field of astronomy. The mathematical implications of zero and infinity were useful in the field of astronomy. In ancient times, astronomy was not considered as a different branch of science, but as a branch integral to mathematics. The most famous book on Hindu astronomy was Surya Siddhanta, which was modified later twice or thrice. It is believed that the system proposed by this text is useful even now to predict eclipses. Aryabhatta and Varahamihira were the most famous scholars of Indian astronomy. The Babylonian method was used by Aryabhatta to calculate the position of the planets, and he used this method to find out the cause of lunar and solar eclipses. He rightly suggested that the earth rotates daily about its axis. He also suggested that the movement of stars is a relative motion caused by the rotation of the earth. These views were contrary to the views prevalent at that time in other parts of the world that the sky rotated. The influence of Aryabhatta in astronomy is so significant that the first satellite of India was named after him. Varahamihira's well-known work was Brihad Samhita. It included a wide range of topics including astrology, planetary movements, eclipses, rainfall and architecture, to mention a few. Contributions and development in the field of medicine and surgery. India has made extremely important contributions in the field of medicine and surgery from ancient and medieval times. Ayurveda, which is considered as one of the important alternative systems of medicine, was India's gift to the medical system. However, medicine was not an organized branch of study. As we can see in ancient stories and myths, medical practitioners of ancient times used magical spells and charms as a means of treating illnesses. The line that separates religion and medicine was thin, and the whole approach was not purely in accordance with what we understand as scientific medicine today. It was closely related to practices of magic and sorcery, which were an integral part of the religious practices of many Indian communities. It deserves special mention that two major figures gave new dimension to the medicinal practices of ancient India. Those two figures were Sushruta and Charaka. Contributions of Sushruta. Sushruta was a physician who, according to historical speculations, lived in Varanasi around the period of 6th century BC. He is well known for his Sushruta Samhita, which is a Sanskrit text written on the topic of surgery and medicine. This text is regarded as one of the foundational texts of Indian Ayurvedic medicinal system. There are not much historical data available on the background and life of Sushruta. His work describes several methods of treatment for various diseases, including descriptions of surgical methods for stone diseases. Diet and cleanliness were considered important by him in the treatment of illnesses. From the time of Sushruta, surgery came to occupy an extremely important position in medical practices. Sushruta Samhita is divided into two parts, Purvatantra and Uttaratantra. It describes various practices of medicine, pediatrics, geriatrics, diseases of the ear, nose, throat and eye, toxicology, aphrodisiacs and psychiatry. It has elaborate sessions on surgical procedures, and Sushruta describes 8 types of surgical procedures: burns and their reaction to injuries, urinary stones, basic principles of plastic surgery, labioplasty, management of both hemorrhoids and fistula, etc. have received mention in the Sushruta Samhita. Contributions of Charaka. Charaka was one of the main contributors to the ancient system of Ayurveda, and he is referred to as the father of Indian medicine. He wrote Charaka Samhita, which is regarded as an encyclopedia of ancient Indian medicines. It contains references to various ailments such as fever, leprosy, hysteria and tuberculosis. He had listed the names and details of a large number of herbs and plants that could be used in treatments. As a result, this book serves not only as a gateway to understand ancient Indian medicines, but gives useful insights into ancient Indian flora and the science of making medicines. The principles laid down by him paved way for the development of medicine in subsequent centuries. Charaka was the first physician who presented the concept of digestion, metabolism and immunity. According to him, human body functions are based on 3 principles or doshas, namely movement or vata, transformation or pitta, and lubrication and stability or kapha. This concept is still used in many alternative systems of medicines to diagnose the causes of illnesses. He suggested that illnesses happen when the balance between these 3 principles are disturbed. He had studied the anatomy of human body and human organs, and he rightly assumed that heart is the center of human body. He also claimed that heart is connected to the entire human body through 13 different channels. However, he was wrong to believe that human body has 360 bones including teeth, and that heart has one cavity in it. Although Charaka and Sushruta were the forerunners of ancient Indian medicine, regular and systematic study of medicine began much later. Medicine was regular subject of study at centers like Taxila or Takshashila and Varanasi, even though the teachings didn't follow a pedagogic pattern like the one we follow today. The development of medicine was hindered due to certain cultural social taboos, such as the taboo on touching dead bodies, which came in the way of developing a scientific understanding of human anatomy. Despite these groundbreaking developments, medical practitioners of ancient India did not have much insight into the functions of brain. But it deserves a mention that they were aware of the importance of spinal cord and the existence of nervous system. Although physiological and anatomical knowledge was limited, ancient doctors were good at bone setting, plastic surgery, and in repairing noses, lips or ears that were either lost or injured due to mutilation. The physicians of those periods were ranked high in the social hierarchy and were treated with supreme respect. Contributions and development in the field of physics and chemistry. In ancient India, Kanada was the first one who systematically developed a theory of atomism during the 6th century BC. His theories were developed later by the Buddhist atomists Dharmakirti and Dignaga. Ancient Indians believed that the universe consisted of 5 elements, namely the earth or Prithvi, fire or Agni, air or Vayu, water or Jal, and ether or space or Aksha. Pagudakatyayana, a contemporary of Buddha, also advocated ideas about how the material world is constituted by atoms. Some Buddhist thinkers considered atom as the minute object that can occupy both space and the minutest possible duration of time. Atoms come into being and vanish when they are succeeded by another atom caused by the first. This theory bears resemblance to the quantum theory of Max Planck. Indian atomists developed theories on how atoms could combine, react, move and perform other actions. How atoms can form binary molecules which in turn combine to form larger molecules. How particles first combine together to form the smallest visible units of matter. Many modern scientists argue that these ideas in many ways reflect structure of modern atomic theory. Beyond these preliminary theories formulated on atomic constitution of the material world, physics in ancient India did not develop much. But it is to be noted that in the science of acoustics, India made great contributions. In the later Vedic period, the astronomer Yajnavalkya referred to an early concept of heliocentrism. He advocated the idea that the earth is round and that the sun is the center of spheres. The famous ancient mathematician astronomer Aryabhatta put forward a detailed model of the heliocentric solar system. According to his model, the planets rotate on their axis, which causes day and night. He also suggested that they follow elliptical orbits around the sun, causing year. According to him, both planets and the moon do not have their own light. Instead, they only reflect the light of the sun. Another great contribution of Aryabhatta is that he rightly explained the causes of the solar and lunar eclipses and predicted their times. There were two schools of thought prevalent in ancient India, namely Samkhya school and Vaisheshika school. Both these schools developed theories on light as early as the 6th and 5th century BC. According to the Samkhya school, light is one of the 5 fundamental elements. The Buddhists Dignaga and Dharmakirti developed a theory that light is composed of energy particles. This has similarities with the modern concept of photons. Ancient philosophers believed that all elements except ether were physically palpable. So these elements are comprised of minuscule particles of matter. The last minuscule particle of matter, which cannot be further divided, was named Paramanu. It is interesting to note that the ancient Indian theories on atom were developed much before such ideas were developed in the Greco-Roman world. Such theories were highly abstract in nature and rooted in philosophy because they were not based on experimentation or experience but on logic. Contributions in the field of chemistry. Ancient India made remarkable contributions in the fields of chemistry and metallurgy. The importance of metals in the history of civilization is evident from the fact that historians divide early ages on the basis of metals such as the Iron Age, Bronze Age, etc. It is widely believed that the Harappans developed metallurgy of bronze and copper about 2500 BC. Practices such as leather tanning and fermentation of grains and fruits were common during those times. Indian steel was highly valued in other parts of the ancient world and it was exported in large quantities. It should be noted that ancient Indians used chemistry and metallurgy in their applied forms. Another related area where India contributed greatly was the medical chemistry. Medical practitioners of the ancient and medieval times succeeded in producing many important alkalis, acids and metallic salts. Developments in the field of chemistry were not limited to theories but were used in a variety of practical activities. Metallurgy was an activity central to all civilizations from the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. According to historians, ancient Indians borrowed the basic idea of smelting from Mesopotamia and the Near East. Indians were exceptionally good at making coins using a variety of metals, and the coinage of India date from the 8th century BC to the 17th century AD. Numismatics stands as proof to the advances made in smelting technology in the ancient periods. It was observed by the Greek historian Herodotus that Indian and the Persian army made use of arrows tipped with iron. Indian iron was used by ancient Romans to make armor and cutlery. The quality and heights of the metallurgy developed by ancient Indians can be seen in India even today. The copper statue of the Sultanganj Buddha and the famous iron pillar near Qutub Minar are two such examples. The iron pillar has been standing in the open for many centuries, withstanding the wind, heat and weather. It has not rusted except for some very minor natural erosion. The advancement made by ancient Indians in the field of chemical science can also be found in the distillation of perfumes, manufacturing of dyes, chemicals, pigments and colors. Paintings found on walls of Ajanta and Ellora testify to the height chemical science had achieved in ancient times. Let me summarize what we have discussed so far. As we have seen, ancient India has made commendable contributions towards the development of science and science education. Many aspects of scientific knowledge was learnt and imparted not as organized disciplines but as part of day-to-day activities. The major areas of science where India made notable contributions include mathematics, astronomy, astrology, medicine and surgery, physics, chemistry and metallurgy. Applicability of science in practical life and human activities was the most important feature. However, many scientific streams such as medicine, metallurgy, astronomy and mathematics were taught in the education centers of the ancient and medieval period. The scientific knowledge developed during those periods gave momentum to the discoveries and developments happened in the centuries that followed. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. Question number 1. What were the three major contributions of ancient Indians in the field of mathematics? Prepare a historical profile of Charaka and Sushruta focusing on their contributions in medicine and surgery. Explain the reasons why India's first satellite was rightly named Aryabhata. What were the major ideas prevalent in ancient and medieval India regarding the atomic constitution of the material world? What were the major contributions of Sushruta in the field of medicine and surgery? Now you can go through the reference books listed here. Pursuit and Promotion of Science, the Indian Experience, published by Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi in the year 2001. Science in Ancient India by Narendra Kumar, published in 2004 by Anmol Publications, New Delhi. Thank you for watching the program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Till then, take care. Hello and welcome to the session on role of mass media in education. Education is the backbone of a society. Education improves the quality of human life. It lays the foundation for a progressive society. As such, educational institutions play a significant role in shaping a society. However, educational institutions may not succeed in fulfilling the educational objectives of the developing societies in their own. They require the support of mass media to raise awareness and spread information to a large number of people in an effective manner. Mass media can be used as channels of education through which a variety of educational programs can be successfully implemented. It is a potential tool to communicate to a large number of people in a meaningful and cost-effective way. In this unit, we will know about the significance and role of mass media in education. We will also examine the different forms of mass media and their role in spreading education. What is mass media? Mass media can be defined as the channels of communication through which information is communicated to a large number of people simultaneously. Mass media is a broad term that does not specify the number of people that has to be addressed through it to distinguish it from general medium of communication. Mass media has evolved as one of the most successful mediums to convey common information to a large number of people. In recent years, with the advancement in technology, mass media has gained more prominence. It has become one of the vital tools in the educational field. There was a time when teachers used to be the sole medium of communication for children, but with the rapid advent of technology, mass media gradually became an important means of communication in the field of education. While it has not overtaken or diminished the role of teachers in education, it has surely made a place for itself. In fact, mass media helps to strengthen education by disseminating information to a large number of students or learners. It has become a means to reach out to an infinite number of individuals spread across a wide geographical area. Attributes and functions of mass media. In a broad sense, mass media includes the institutions and techniques through which various forms of media are engaged to spread knowledge. These forms of media include television, computer, press, radio, internet, films, etc. They are used to reach out to a diverse and widely dispersed audience. The last century was witnessing the great leaps of mankind in the fields of information technology and electronic media. This has resulted in social scientists and engineers to come together and evaluate the possibilities of utilizing this development for the benefit of education. As such, mass media has been characterized by four attributes: broad appeal, speed, availability, and low cost. Mass signifies a huge number of people in a compact group. This group of people is an audience that is unknown and unseen. Media refers to a medium through which a message is transmitted to the receiver. So, mass media refers to the delivery of information to a diversified and unidentified audience. The primary function of education is to convey knowledge, attitudes, and skills to the learner. Mass media as a medium has tremendous potential in achieving this objective in an effective manner. Schools and colleges have always been the traditional means of imparting education to the students. With the advent of mass media, the avenues for communication of knowledge have increased significantly. Today, schools and colleges can integrate with mass media to increase their reach. Mass media has become prominent tools to spread ideas and philosophies. In the field of education, mass media is instrumental in making available a large amount of information and in handling of that information in a competent manner. relevance and role of mass media in education. The world has been witnessing rapid growth in the fields of information and technology in the last few decades. This growth of technology has touched every sphere of human life, including education. The dawn of new age information technology has helped to revolutionize education at both the methodical level and the conceptual level. One of the most significant aspects of information technology is that it has opened avenues for a huge volume of information. This technology has also helped to improve the quality and productivity of information and devised methods to handle information in a more competent method than before. Today, the developed and the developing countries are seeking means to enhance education at all levels, but an ever increasing population and ever increasing information are posing serious problems. The issue of education is suffering due to the population issue. It is not possible to address all the needs of education of this vast population through the conventional methods. This is where the significance of mass media is realized. It is an ideal means to spread education at all levels. India is a nation driven by policies. Our traditional policies of education do not leave much scope for mass media, but the national policy on education gave importance to the use of educational technology for the improvement of education in the context of both quality and quantity. The educational policy stated that modern education technology must be made available to the distant and far-flung areas and deprived sections of the society. It must not remain confined to the areas or sections of society where it can be made readily available. The term education technology refers to the use of all forms of modern media and methods for enhancing the learning experience. It sought to find a way to address both the issues of knowledge explosion and population explosion. Educational technology has the advantage of being easy, interesting and cost effective. Due to the issue of population explosion, higher education needs to be more dynamic, varied and efficient than before. This means there must be an improvement in various aspects of higher education, such as the instructional facilities, research and evaluation. In such a scenario, mass media can be of immense importance. Mass media can be an effective tool to equalize education opportunity and to improve the reach and the quality of education. Regardless of being higher education or general education, mass media plays an important part. Generally, mass media can be utilized in the educational field as support models. These support models can be explained in two basic but overlapping methods. Mass media can be considered as part of environment in which learning activities are designed and given shape. This model is similar to what is actually followed by the distance education institutions. Mass media can be introduced into the environment as indirect elements or tools to be handled by the teachers. This model is used to supplement additional information that is considered to be useful and important in the context of education. Major components of mass media for education. Generally, educational media comprises of textbooks, workbooks, worksheets, print materials such as records and tapes, audio materials, motion pictures and photographic materials, games, apparatus, charts, maps, graphic materials, etc. Students may access any of these media based materials while they are inside the classrooms. Such materials can also be accessed from the institutions or college resource center. Though most of these media had their origin outside the context of education, they have served as effective tools for making the learning process more interesting for the students. As such, they have now been accepted as educational components that arrest the interest of students and help them to learn better. The advent of information technology has helped the cause of this area of education as well. Today, there are several new components that can be utilized to enhance learning. These components help to achieve teaching objectives in a better manner. While they make classes interesting for the students, these components make it easy for teachers to convey their ideas or introduce students to various new concepts and notions. The various components of mass media are as follows. Radio. Radio is an effective component of mass media that can be utilized in the field of education. Radio clubs or forums can be formed to spread education to every nook and corner of the country. Students can listen to the radio programs as a follow-up measure to the information or knowledge that they have already gained. They can form groups to listen to such programs and then discuss the topic. This method requires the listeners to have some reference material that they can refer to while listening to the radio. The effectiveness of radio broadcasts can be increased if organizers encourage participation of listeners in a post-broadcast discussion session. Radio is a cost-effective medium that covers a very wide area. It is easy to use and can reach remote areas easily. However, this is an audio medium only and individual instruction is not possible on a radio. Television. The television is a tool of mass media that can be used for educational purposes. There can be various educational programs on television. Since it is an audiovisual medium, students can be instructed and explained with the help of diagrams and charts also. Television is a medium that helps to connect to a huge number of learners. It is possible to connect to learners residing in distant areas. If students have materials to refer to while watching an educational program on television, they can better understand the concepts or ideas discussed on the TV show. The only drawback is that television is an expensive medium. The newspaper. The newspaper is a component of mass media with a huge audience base. Its accessibility reaches up to even interior areas. It is also one of the most inexpensive and popular means of mass communication. Newspapers can be used in the educational scenario to provide detailed news or information that can reach a very wide base of learners. Modern newspapers use illustrations and graphics to attract readers. This feature can be utilized to make educational articles and news items more informative and interesting for the students. The magazine. An educational magazine is another means of mass media communication. Instructors can instruct students through the means of magazines. They can put in exercises or other activities that can be followed by the students. Like a newspaper, a magazine can also have a wide reach. Moreover, magazines can be specifically designed to cater to a particular category of students. Magazines are one of the strongest components of mass media. Books. One of the most prominent components of mass media is books. Books are also the most significant aspect of the education process. Books can be used to explain and interpret any subject matter or topic. Books also have a wide reach. As a means of mass media, books help to transmit huge volume of knowledge and information. They can be translated into different languages and can be distributed to a large number of students for their benefit. Educational films. Educational films serve as an effective means of mass media. They can be made interesting to arrest the attention of the students. Educational films are mainly produced to fulfill some instructional objectives. Due to the combination of audio and video effects, they bring alive the concepts of instructions offered through the film. As a result, students find it easy as well as interesting to learn from such a medium. Multimedia. Multimedia is another component of mass media that is very popular among the students. Multimedia can be a wide variety of things such as images, text, graphics, audio and video. Multimedia requires the use of a computer. One of the main features of multimedia is interactivity. It allows students to get information through interactive programs. It is a powerful means to transmit ideas and concepts in a lively way. CDs and DVDs. With the advancement of technology, compact discs or CDs and digital video discs or DVDs have also gained tremendous popularity. These discs are widely used by people to store data, information, audio and video files, etc. Such discs are a means of mass media as they are cost effective and can be used for a large number of files. These discs can be used to store files in various languages. One of the best things about the disc is that they can be used to store educational information. Students can save a huge amount of data along with maps, charts, references, e-books and other materials and use it as and when needed. Teleconferencing. Teleconferencing is a flexible means of mass media. It can be very effective for distance education. It facilitates two-way communication among the users who may be sitting at different and distant locations. This means of mass media facilitates immediate feedback from teachers or instructors. Teleconferencing can be of three kinds: audio teleconferencing, video teleconferencing and computer teleconferencing. However, this method has one drawback. It is a costly method of instruction and needs sophisticated technology. Internet. One of the most effective means of mass media is the internet. This revolutionary technology can be accessed from any computer that is connected through the TCP or IP protocol. The internet provides a host of services that can be used for educational purposes. Some such services are sending and receiving electronic mail or email, file transfers, subscription to news groups or academic websites, access of desired information from a huge reserve of information available online, unlimited links and networks for academic users, and several other advantages related to educational courses. It can also help distant learners in taking courses and tests through the internet. There are online libraries for accessing books. It is also a great medium to share information and have discussion with instructors or other students. Mass media and distance education. The emergence of information technology is having an increasing effect on the conventional methods of imparting education. One of the new approaches to gain popularity is the distance education method. As the name implies, it is a way of imparting education to students who are unable to attend classes directly in an educational institution. Thus, the delivery of education becomes independent of time and space. Due to the advancement in communication technology, this form of education gained ground. With the increase of avenues of mass media, distance education is becoming more popular than ever. In this method of education, a student approaches an institution with his or her specific requirements and constraints. Some institutions allow students to take up distant courses set for particular levels of education, while other institutions develop multimedia packages based on the specific requirement of the student. Whatever be the process, the student is not required to attend classes physically. Components of mass media help such students to remain in touch with the institution or the instructors and continue to gain knowledge even while being physically away. The teachers in such cases takes on the role of managing the teaching learning process. In the traditional methods of teaching, media is used to help the teacher to improve learning, whereas in distance education, media becomes the fundamental educational input. Role of teacher in education through mass media. A teacher plays a significant role in the field of education by means of mass media. A teacher is the one who instructs students and guides them towards the fountain of knowledge. teachers can take active participation in mass media components to guide the students in their education and make classes livelier. For instance, a teacher may organize and participate in educational shows on television. A teacher may help students by finding outlook and references and providing additional information about the topic under discussion. A teacher can awaken the interest of students by providing students with additional materials such as charts and maps. A teacher can find out relevant documentaries or short educational films for students to make them understand a topic in a better manner. In short, mass media provides the means to attain information. A teacher guides the student to understand and utilize that information for his or her development and betterment. New media and education. Mass media is undergoing revolutionary changes. There has been tremendous advancement in the field of information technology. This has resulted in the invention of new concepts and ideas that have rendered the world to a small techno village. Such media are referred to as new media. Some of the new media have gained immense popularity as compared to the others. A couple of inventions like mobile technology and internet have changed the way people communicate and keep in touch. Today, a mobile phone allows people to not only make calls but also to perform a host of other activities. Blogs and articles provide updated information about each and everything under the sun. Social media has helped to build large networks through which people stay in touch at all times of the day. Social networking sites are becoming the latest platforms through which a wide number of people can be addressed effectively. This new media can be utilized for educational purposes. It can help teachers to reach out to students. A prominent aspect of new media is that it provides access to online content at any time. Let me summarize the session. Mass media can be defined as the channels of communication through which information is communicated to a large number of people simultaneously. Mass media plays a significant role in education. It facilitates the spread of education to distant regions. Mass media can be an effective tool to equalize educational opportunities and to improve the reach and the quality of education. There are various components of mass media such as television, radio, newspaper, CDs, DVDs, internet, books, etc. Mass media is also very effective in the field of distance education. With the increase of avenues of mass media, distance education is becoming more popular than ever. Today, new media is also advancing at a rapid speed. This form of media can also be used for educational purposes. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What are the attributes and functions of mass media? What is the role of mass media in education? Describe about any three components of mass media for education. Internet is a component of mass media for education. Justify. What is the role of teacher in education through mass media? How can multimedia, CDs and DVDs act as means of mass media for education? Hope that you may go through the reference books for further reading. Essentials of Educational Technology, written by Agarwal JC and published by Vikas Publishing House Private Limited, New Delhi in the year 2009. Role of mass media in higher education and its economic viability, Part 2, Mass Media and Higher Education, written by Tiwari S and published in International Journal on Recent and Innovation Trends in Computing and Communication, Issue 1, Volume 4, from pages 195 to 206 and published in 2013. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
the most potent source of light and heat energy. Since hundreds of millennium, fire has significantly contributed to the progress of humankind on the path towards civilization. It has banished darkness and provided knowledge, helped shape things of daily use, and aided societies to keep on the move. How did fire come into being? And how did man learn to use it? There are no definite answers to these questions. Blazes ignited by volcanic conflagration and lightning are speculated to have served as man's first source of fire. From such terrifying blazes, primitive man is believed to have kindled his own fire over 5 lakh years ago and gradually become conversant in using it for various purposes, such as to keep himself warm, to hunt animals, and to cook food. Much later, in the Neolithic age, he used fire to clear forests for agriculture and human settlements, and also learned to make fire by striking flints together, or by using simple tools such as the fire saw, the fire plow, and the fire drill. Since then, the application of fire has brought about significant changes in man's ways of living. In particular, it was the application of fire in pottery, in extraction of metals, and in their conversion into alloys that led to the emergence of the Metal Ages. For the growth of civilizations in ancient Greece, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, and of course for the industrial revolutions of the last few centuries, fire has immensely contributed. But fire, which has benevolent and destructive powers, was a mystery to the ancient people. They believed it to be of heavenly origin. According to Greek mythology, fire was stolen by Prometheus for the good of his fellow beings. The Persians interpreted fire as a true gift of the gods, fit to be venerated and worshipped.
Agnimehle purohitai yajñasya deva mritwijam hotaram ratnadhatamaggaswaha.
The Vedic societies looked upon Agni the fire as a divine being who resides everywhere, despising none. He is the possessor of power and wealth, and the divine messenger between the god and human beings. As did the Vedic mystics, the Greek philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, thought fire to be an element essential for the constitution of life and matter. Such mystical ideas prevailed until the later 18th century, by which time scientists had discovered the essentiality of air for the occurrence and persistence of fire. Antoine Lavoisier, in 1772, showed that an active fraction of air combines with burning substances, making them weigh more than they initially did. Fire, he explained, is a result of a chemical reaction between oxygen and flammable substances.
The complex phenomenon of fire is basically a manifestation of combustion. Combustion can be defined as an extremely rapid chemical reaction in which a combustible substance combines with oxygen from the air, producing combustion products along with the emission of heat and light in the form of flame.
Not all combustions, however, result in fire. Often oxygen unites with some substances at such a slow rate that little heat or no light are given off. Such a slow reaction is called a slow combustion rather than burning, which is very rapid. A good example is the rusting of iron.
Before we go into the details of chemical reactions involving flammable vapors and oxygen that yield fire, let us look at the conditions needed for fire to occur.
First, there should be a fuel. Most fuels are complex hydrocarbon compounds. A fuel could be a solid such as coal or wood, a liquid such as oils, and a gas such as methane. Second, there must be plenty of oxygen. Third, the fuels must be heated to ignition temperature at which they undergo thermal decomposition, releasing flammable vapors with which oxygen unites rapidly in a chemical reaction. In fact, all fuels, except gases, must first be converted to their gaseous state for them to yield fire. It is therefore that kerosene, a liquid fuel, though exposed to air, will not catch fire even when a pilot flame is brought in contact with it. However, upon heating directly to its ignition temperature, kerosene converts into its vaporous state. Now, when a burning stick is brought close to the vapors, they combust readily into a flame. In the case of combustible solids, heat decomposes involatile fuel molecules into tiny volatile molecular fragments which react with oxygen of the air to yield fire, producing a series of combustion products.
Let us investigate chemical reactions by taking the example of methane and oxygen.
Each molecule of oxygen contains two oxygen atoms which are bonded together. Methane is a natural gas. Each of its molecule contains one carbon and four hydrogen atoms bonded together in a particular arrangement by a force arising from electron sharing, which accounts for the molecular energy. When methane is ignited, the bonds break, freeing carbon and hydrogen atoms, which then react separately with oxygen. One carbon and one oxygen atom unite to form carbon monoxide. One oxygen and one hydrogen atom combine to form the hydroxyl radical. While carbon monoxide combines with one oxygen atom to form carbon dioxide, the hydroxyl radical unites with one hydrogen atom to form water. These products of combustion then escape into the atmosphere.
The total energy of combustion products tends to be less than those of the fuel and oxygen involved in combustion. The difference in energy gets released as the heat of the fire. It is therefore that combustion reactions producing fire are exothermic chemical reactions.
Let us now take the case of wood, a solid fuel, the bulk of which is cellulose and water. Lignin, resins and inorganic substances form the rest of the woody matter.
Wood, which produces upon burning carbon dioxide and water, contains cellulose, which is a polymer of glucose units. Each unit contains 6 carbon, 10 hydrogen and 5 oxygen atoms. Wood upon burning also yields charcoal and ash, which are a mixture of unburnt carbon particles and inorganic substances. In the fire, where do these extremely complex chemical reactions occur? producing a series of combustion products.
The complex reactions between fuel and oxygen occur in the flame zone. A flame is recognized as a glowing body of oxygen and fuel in their vaporous or gaseous state, undergoing the process of combustion, producing heat and light.
In some burning systems, the combustion of fuels tend to be incomplete due to insufficient supply of oxygen. This results in a luminous yellow flame as that of a matchstick.
Some fuels can undergo complete combustion when there is sufficient supply of oxygen for the fuel to burn completely. Such burning systems produce a blue flame. The flame of the Bunsen burner is a good example.
Based on this difference, flames are usually classified as either diffusion flames or premixed flames. Diffusion flames are those flames in which oxygen needed for combustion diffuses from the surrounding air and therefore meets the fuel only at the flame.
Let us learn more about diffusion flames by examining the flame of a candle.
When a candle is lit, the heat of the matchstick melts the wax, which is a hydrocarbon compound. The molten wax is carried up the wick and vaporized. The vapors finally burn in a diffusion flame containing 4 distinct zones. Around the wick is the dark non-luminous region containing volatile unburnt wax vapors. Hugging the dark zone is a yellow brightly luminous zone where decomposition of hydrocarbon molecules takes place. Some of the hydrogen and carbon monoxide produced by decomposition react with available oxygen to form water and carbon dioxide respectively in this zone. The free carbon particles produced in this zone are responsible for the diffusion flame's yellow luminance and sooty nature. Soot is nothing but unburnt carbon particles. Outside the luminous zone is the third faintly visible non-luminous zone, where some of the carbon monoxide, carbon and hydrogen undergo a final phase of reaction with oxygen of the air. Lastly, there is a fourth blue zone at the base of the flame. Here some of the carbon monoxide formed in the luminous zone undergoes complete combustion by reacting with plentiful oxygen to form carbon dioxide.
Let us now examine the case of premixed flames, which result from those burning systems where fuels are mixed with oxygen prior to their entry into the flame zone.
The flame of the Bunsen burner is a good example of a premixed flame. Named after Robert Wilhelm Bunsen, a German scientist, the burner consists of a metal barrel into which gaseous fuel is injected under pressure through a nozzle. To provide appropriate quantity of oxygen needed to burn the gaseous fuel completely, the barrel is equipped with air holes, through which air gets sucked into the barrel where it mixes with the gaseous fuel. On ignition, this fuel-oxygen mixture burns with a hot, soot-free, predominantly blue flame having 3 distinct zones. The inner zone, close to the mouth of the burner, is dark because it has cold, unburnt mixture of gaseous fuel and oxygen. Therefore, a stick placed in the zone readily burns on the 2 sides touching the blue flame, while the central portion in the dark zone remains unburnt. The dark region is capped by a narrow, bright bluish-green mantle, a zone of chemical reaction. Here, the hydrocarbon molecules break into free hydrogen and carbon. These react quickly and rapidly with a premixed, abundantly available oxygen to form carbon dioxide and unstable carbon monoxide and hydroxyl radicals. The unstable products undergo further reaction in the outermost pale bluish and turbulent flame zone, yielding carbon dioxide and water vapor. As all the fuel gets consumed without any loss, these carbon-free, non-sooty and non-luminous flames produce a high temperature. Therefore, premixed flame systems have several industrial and domestic applications. One such example is a domestic gas stove into which a fuel, that is liquefied petroleum gas, is fed through a pipe underneath the stove. On the pipes are air ports through which air enters and oxygen present in it mixes with the fuel, which emerges from the tiny holes of the burner. On ignition, the mixture burns in a soot-free blue flame with a temperature of over 1000 degrees centigrade. Still hotter flames, required for special purposes in industries, are obtained by burning gaseous fuels such as acetylene mixed with oxygen under pressure. The oxyacetylene mixture, when burnt, gives out a premixed flame with a high temperature of over 2300 degrees centigrade. The mystery that is Agni, the fire, is no longer an unsolved phenomenon. Quite simply, it is a physical manifestation of combustion that helps man harness the bounties of the earth as well as those of the heavens. With thousands of everyday uses, turning the proverbial darkness of human existence into a celebration of light.
Welcome friends to a new session in Library and Information Science, the principle of facet sequence and postulates. The postulational approach is an indispensable condition for the success of any scientific theory or process. The design and development of any faceted scheme for classification should be based on some sound set of postulates and principles. There is a need for formulating postulates explicitly by each school of thought in classification. Ranganathan's principles and postulates approach of fundamental categories have proved extremely efficient and helpful in determining the sequence of the facets in a compound subject at the time of classification. Perhaps it was the first example of the application of categories of terms. The helpfulness of this approach was emphasized in as early as 1957 at the Dorking Conference. According to Ranganathan, a postulate is a statement about which we cannot use either of the epithets right or wrong. We can only speak of a set of postulates as helpful or unhelpful. In the first two editions of column classification, space and time isolates are used distinctly and other isolates are used on the basis of their respective basic subjects and their problems. In 1944, Ranganathan postulated 5 fundamental categories to be used in library classification. In the 4th edition of column classification, there was concrete use of the concept of fundamental categories with different indicator digits such as comma, semicolon, colon, dot, etc., which are prescribed for facets of different categories. The 2nd edition of Prolegomena to library classification postulated 5 fundamental categories and used a number of postulates and principles which helps the sequencing of facets in a compound or complex object. The formulation of postulates is guided more by intuition and logical inference at the unconscious level. Its most important achievement is that classification of a subject on the basis of the postulates and principles is done without any predetermined idea about the facets it should or should not have, or about their number, or about their sequence. Postulate of fundamental categories. From 1955 onwards, in his prolegomena to library classification, Ranganathan used a set of postulates and principles which helps in designing and developing a classification scheme and brings objectivity in the study and practice of this discipline. It also puts the study and practice of library classification on a scientific basis. It makes the practical classification easier and more interesting. Ranganathan's postulates which provide a useful tool for a classifier, which are postulates for freely faceted classification. A freely faceted classification is based on postulates and principles, and there is no rigid predetermined facet formula for the compound subjects going with a basic subject. This kind of classification is also known as analytico-synthetic classification. Edition 4 1952 to edition 6 reprinted in 1963 with amendments of the column classification are examples of freely faceted classification. Postulates of fundamental categories. According to Ranganathan, there are 5 and only 5 fundamental categories, namely time, space, energy, matter and personality. They are assumed categories which are inherent in any subject. Each facet of a subject and each division of a facet may be regarded as a manifestation of one of the fundamental categories. The fundamental categories time and space are easily understood. Energy is little more difficult. Its manifestation is action of one kind or another. The action may be among and by all kinds of entities, inanimate, animate, conceptual, intellectual and intuitive. Matter is more difficult to identify than energy. It can manifest itself as material and property. The fundamental category personality is most difficult to identify. One can identify it by a method of residues. Postulates of basic facet. Every compound subject has a basic facet. That is, a compound subject consists of a basic subject and one or more isolated ideas as components. This basic subject may be implicit or explicit within the subject. For example, title Diagnosis of Disease. Here the basic subject is medicine, which is implicit in the title. History of chemistry. Here chemistry is the basic subject and which is explicit in the title. 4. Postulates of isolated facet. Each isolated facet of a compound subject can be deemed to be manifestation of one and only one of the 5 fundamental categories. Isolated ideas like time, space, energy and matter are easy to recognize, and the isolated idea which does not belong to these should be manifestation of personality. Example, treatment of disease of the rice plant in 1990 in West Bengal. Agriculture basic facet, treatment energy facet, disease matter facet, rice plant personality facet, 1990 time facet, West Bengal space facet. Postulates of rounds and levels. Concepts of rounds and levels were introduced consciously in the 4th edition of column classification. The postulates governing the rounds of manifestation and levels of manifestation are concerned with the cited order of facets. The postulates of rounds for energy, rounds for personality and matter, and rounds for space and time are based on the primary assumptions on which the 5 fundamental categories must be ordered in the sequence personality, matter, energy, space and time. The first manifestation of E ends that Ranganathan terms round 1 of the sequence. Personality, matter, energy. If any of these categories occurs a second time in the same subject, they would be placed in round 2. The categories space and time may appear only in round 2. The postulate of level stipulates that any of the categories personality, matter, energy, space, time may appear more than once in a single round. The first manifestation of a category within a round is set to level 1 and so forth. Example 1P1. round 1, level 1 personality facet. 2P1, round 2, level 1 personality facet. 2M2, round 2, level 2 matter facet. S2, level 2 space facet. T1, level 1 time facet. Postulates of facet sequence. When the various facets of a compound subject have been determined, the next step is to arrange them in a helpful sequence. The sequence of the different facets are determined by those following two postulates. The postulates of first facet. In a compound subject, the basic facet should be the first facet. Example, sociology in India. Here the sociology is the basic facet. India is the space facet. The postulates of concreteness. The 5 fundamental categories fall in the following sequence when arranged according to their degrees in concreteness: personality, matter, energy, space and time. The above two postulates give the following sequence: basic facet, personality, matter, energy, space and time. Example, let us consider the title Teaching of Chemistry in Secondary Schools in India. Its transformed skeleton is education basic facet, secondary schools 1P1, method of teaching 1M1, chemistry 1M2, India S1. The sequence of the facet is based on the postulate of concreteness. It is also expressed in order of increasing concreteness. According to Ranganathan, the decreasing concreteness inherent in the facet structure can also be looked upon as one in the decreasing sequence of the bond strength between the basic subject and the successive isolates. Thus, the bond strength of education is greatest with the secondary school. It is less with the method of teaching. The strength goes on decreasing so that bond strength of education with India is the least. The example illustrates the bond strengths between the basic subjects and the successive isolates. The postulate for facet sequence within a round. In any round of facets of a compound subject in which each of any of the fundamental categories personality, matter and energy occurs only once, their sequence should be personality facet, matter facet and energy facet. For example, diagnosis of disease in medicine. Here the sequence of the facet should be medicine basic facet, disease matter facet, diagnosis energy facet. Then the postulate of facet sequence within the last round. In the last round of facets of a compound subject in which each of the fundamental categories other than energy may occur and occurs only once, the sequence of the facet should be personality facet, matter facet, space facet and time facet. Energy does not occur in the last round and other fundamental categories occur only once. Example, improvement in sociology in India in this 20th century. Here the sequence of the facet should be sociology basic facet, improvement first round energy, India first round space, 20th century first round time. Then the postulate of a level cluster. Facets of different levels of the same fundamental category within a round of facets in a compound subject should be kept together. Example, rural sociology. Here the sequence of the facet should be sociology basic facet, rural, first round, first level personality. The 5 postulates mentioned above enable one to attain a helpful sequence of different facets that are present in a compound subject. Each postulate covers a particular aspect and do not conflict with other. All the above postulate place the work of a classifier as well as a classificationist on firm basis. It helps the classificationist on designing and developing a classification scheme. Postulates also acts as an useful tool to compare the efficiency of different classification scheme. Principles for facet sequence. At the time of determining the sequence of 2 or more isolate ideas of the same fundamental category, that is the sequence between 2 personality isolates or 2 matter isolates or 2 energy isolates or 2 space isolates or 2 time isolates, then the postulates are not able to help us. Thus, there is a need for guiding principle which should provide a solution to this problem. Raghunathan stated a number of principles of facet sequence which helps in determining the sequence of these isolate ideas. They are wall picture principle. Raghunathan formulated the wall picture principle in 1962. This principle is meant for the determination of a sequence between isolate ideas which are deemed a manifestation of the same fundamental category. According to the wall picture principle, if two facets A and B of a subject are such that the concept behind B will not be operative unless the concept behind A is considered, even as a mural picture is not possible unless the wall exists to draw upon, then facet A should precede the facet B. The wall picture principle has proved to be very successful for the purpose of determining the sequence of the facets. This principle can also be used for arranging characteristics. If the number of facets or characteristics to be arranged is large, then we can use group strategy. Within each group, we should apply wall picture principle. Example, in prevention of disease, the concept behind the term prevention is not operative unless the concept behind the term disease is not considered. Thus, according to this principle, we can express as disease then prevention. Example, Merchant of Venice by Shakespeare. The concept behind the name Merchant of Venice is not operative unless the concept behind Shakespeare is considered. Again, the term Shakespeare is not operative unless the concept hidden behind novel is accepted. Similarly, the concept novel is not operative unless the language in which the novel is written is ended. Thus, the concept English literature will come first. Therefore, the expressed skeleton form will be English literature, novel, Shakespeare, Merchant of Venice. In this example, the wall picture principle has enabled the determination of the respective level to which the concepts should be allocated. Whenever both wall picture principle and postulates are applicable, these give the same results. Then it is preferable to use the postulates. But postulates can determine the sequence of isolate ideas in a compound subject only in those cases where only one isolate idea is deemed as manifestation of a particular fundamental category. However, postulates are not helpful if there are two or more isolate ideas deemed to manifest the same fundamental category. It cannot determine the sequence between two personality isolates, two matter, two energy isolates, two space isolates, two time isolates. The principles determine the respective rounds and levels to which the concept should be assigned. Then second principle, the whole organ principle. According to this principle, if in a subject facet B is an organ of A, then A should precede B. Whole is applied to the universe of entities or to a typical entity of the universe of entities. Organ is the functional part of a typical entity of the universe of entities. Example, circulatory system of human body. Here, human body is one typical entity of the universe and circulatory system represent the functional organ. If we take the universe of human bodies, any one typical entity should be any part of the human body. The digestive system, respiratory organ, circulatory organ and so on represent the functional organs. In the universe of sovereign states, a typical entity of the universe would consist of any state. The head of the state, legislature, party and so on can all be considered structural organs. In judiciary of India, the facet judiciary is an organ of the facet India. Thus, it can be expressed in terms of skeleton form in the following way: India, judiciary. Then third one, Kaukav principle. According to this principle, if a facet A and another facet B belong to the same subject are not to be separated, though they are distinct from each other and thus separable. A and B should be kept together in the same round. The principle emphasizes that the facets of the same subjects should be put together in the same round in the successive levels. Example, enforcement of constitution of local bodies in India. There are three facets: India, constitution and local bodies, which are not to be separated and put into different rounds. These facets should either be put in the first round before enforcement and energy facet or after it. Whenever they are included, they should be put in the same round. Then fourth principle, actant action actor tool principle. The actant action actor tool principle says that if in a subject facet B denotes action on facet A by facet C with facet D as the tool, then the four facets should be arranged in the sequence A, B, C and D. Example, machine silk spinning by youth. Machine is a tool, silk is actant, spinning is action and youth represent actor. Thus, when we transformed it in skeleton form, it can be expressed as silk, spinning, youth and machine. Commodity actant action actor tool principle. Ranganathan also formulated another principle called the principle of commodity raw material transformation transformer and tool. This can also be reworded as commodity actant action actor tool principle. According to this principle, if in a subject facet B denotes action on facet A by facet C with facet D as the tool resulting the facet E, then the four facets should be arranged in the sequence A, B, C, D and the resulting facet will come first. Example, cotton carpets spinning by women by charka. Here charka is a tool, cotton is actant, spinning is action, women is actor and resultant commodity is carpet. Thus, when we transformed it in skeleton form, it can be expressed as carpet, cotton, spinning, women and charka. In order to apply the postulational approach in the classification practice, one must have enough practice to recognize the fundamental categories, rounds and levels of facets, the formation of full name of a subject and its transformation according to the postulates and other steps associated with such an approach. Postulates for the idea plane have been used successfully in column classification to obtain the sequence of classes involved with the basic subject. The postulational approach is helpful to the classificationist as well as to the classifier. Postulates for the facet sequence and wall picture principle have proved extremely useful in determining the sequence of facets. The wall picture principle has been found to be more versatile. The classification schemes such as column classification, bibliographic classification, Dewey Decimal classification, universal decimal classification seems to have been designed on the basis of postulates for work at the idea plane. But these have adopted different sets of postulates for work at the notational plane. Then summary. In this unit, it is tried to explain Ranganathan's fundamental principles and postulates associated with the facet analysis and facet sequence and their application at the time of classification of the documents in a library. The postulates and principles help the sequencing of facets in a compound or complex subject. At the time of determining the sequence of two or more isolate ideas of the same fundamental category, that is the sequence between two personality isolates or two matter isolates or two energy isolates or two space isolates or two time isolates, then the postulates are not able to help us. Thus, there is a need for guiding principles which could provide a solution to this problem. For that, 5 principles of Ranganathan has been illustrated with examples. Now, let us have some assignments regarding these titles for the more understanding about the subject. 1. Take 10 complex subjects from the articles of a library science journal and analyze them into different facets and isolates and arrange them according to Ranganathan's principles and postulates. 2. Separate different facets in the following example according to Kaukav principle. Enforcement of construction of transformation wires in electrical engineering. 3. Separate different facets in the following example according to wall picture principle. Geetanjali by Rabindranath Tagore. 4. Separate different facets in the following example according to whole organ principle. Judiciary of India. 5. Separate different facets in the following example according to act and action actor tool principle. Strike by clerical staff in textile industries. For better understanding, we can have some references. 1. Prolegomena library classification by S.R. Ranganathan, published in 1967, 3rd edition, Bombay, Asia Publishing House. 2. Theory of Classification, 4th revised edition by Krishan Kumar, published in 1996, published from New Delhi, Vikas Publishing House Private Limited. Energy isolates and property isolates, problem in differentiation, DRTC annual seminar by Neelamegan A. 4. Library and Information Society by Bhuvaneshwar Chakrabarti, published in 1993, published from Calcutta by the World Press. You can also verify a website xa.yimg.com. I hope you have followed this session. Let's meet in another session with a new topic. Thank you.
Today we have Professor Bala R. Iyer from Raman Institute with us. Professor Bala, after completing his PhD from Mumbai University in 1980, he joined Raman Research Institute. Professor Bala is also an expert, a leading astrophysicist, particularly in the fields of general theory of relativity and gravitational waves, and we are very fortunate to have him here and discuss with us the new trends in these fields. And I would take this opportunity to welcome Professor Bala onto this discussion, and I am sure in the coming lectures we will be very benefited by his talks. Bala, I would like to ask you one important question at the beginning. What is the need to go for general theory of relativity in order to understand the astrophysical phenomena? Can you please explain that to us?
Thank you, Babu, for getting me here to this conference, which helped me share my excitement over the subject with the audience. Basically, one should remember that general theory of relativity, which was Einstein's triumph and which started with Einstein's modification of Newton's theory of gravitation, was a theory which came about in 1916. However, for a large amount of time, it has remained a subject which was thought to be very difficult, very exotic, and very irrelevant to the rest of physics. However, the situation changed drastically in the 1950s, because suddenly it was discovered that the universe was not a very mild place. Discoveries in radio astronomy told us that the universe was a very violent place, and the large scale energy processes in the universe could only be explained by considering them as gravitational effects. Therefore, suddenly in the area of astrophysics, they opened a new subject called the subject of relativistic astrophysics, and this was necessary to understand the phenomena related to quasars in regard to things like the pulsars, the neutron stars, and eventually the cosmic microwave background. So today one would say that general relativity is a part of the astrophysics, and therefore if a student wants to seriously do astrophysics, he cannot but understand general theory of relativity. Only then he has a complete understanding of what is happening in the universe.
We know that in the macroscopic world, most of the equations are very well explained in terms of the Newton's laws of motion, and the astrophysical bodies have been explained in terms of the Newton's law of gravitation. If these are two highly successful theorems which are formulated by Newton, now where exactly is the need for the formulation of special theory of relativity by Einstein, and which latter he refined to formulate the revolutionary general theory of relativity? If you can explain and link the Newton's equations of motion to the special theory of relativity and general theory of relativity, that will be highly beneficial to all the people who are interested in working in this area.
Well, the journey is a very, very fascinating one, and to sort of say it briefly, one says one can try to look at what was the situation in the early 1900 when Einstein came into the situation. So it was known, as you rightly pointed out, that the basic interactions with which one understood the universe was basically related to electromagnetism and the theory of gravitation. And rightly, as you pointed out, Newton's theory of gravitation was very, very successful in explaining many things which we knew about the solar system. So then what was really there which made Einstein rethink this fantastic matching? So the basic thing really is related to the fact that though people realize that the equations of electromagnetism were well known, still there was something about it which was sort of mysterious, and this was related to the way one considered the propagation of light. For example, if you look at the speed of light, it was known that even though one considered the speed of light to be a universal kind of value, it implied either that the speed of light was a particular value relative to some unique frame, or it was the value which every observer would sort of measure. Experiments really seem to show that irrespective of the state of motion of the observer, you always found that the speed of light did not change. Because of this, Einstein was forced to reconsider the equations of mechanics, which predicted that the speed of light would be different in different frames of reference. And when trying to understand this, he basically realized that if you believed that the laws of physics would be the same for all observers, whether they are at rest or whether they are in the state of uniform motion, and together with this you assume that the speed of light was the same for all inertial observers, then immediately you realize that the laws of mechanics as we knew them needed to be modified. So this led us to the special theory of relativity. Now in 1907, when Einstein was reviewing the special theory of relativity, he sort of realized that his job was only half done, because he had not considered the other major interaction with which we understood the universe, that is the force of gravitation. He realized that the force of gravitation was still described by an instantaneous interaction, and according to special theory of relativity, no interaction could propagate faster than the speed of light. We also sort of realized that within Newton's theory of gravitation, the source of the gravity was just the rest mass of a body. However, relativity told us that all forms of energy are equivalent to mass. So if you really believe in the special theory of relativity, it was more natural that the source of gravity should be something more general than the rest mass of a body, that is the energy momentum content of the body itself. These kind of general ideas, together with a very deep insight which Einstein had, and this is related to the fact that every observer in a uniform gravitational field falls with the same acceleration. This fact was known to Galileo, it was known to Newton, and Einstein felt that such a fundamental property of the equations of gravity should find a reflection in the theory of gravity itself. So from 1907 to 1915, Einstein went through a series of steps which basically generalized the special theory of relativity to allow for observers who are in general accelerated. It also tried to understand the consistency of gravity with the special theory of relativity, and finally he arrived at what we call today as the general theory of relativity.
Bala, we all know that the Newtonian equations are mostly used in the Euclidean geometry, whereas the Einstein's equations are all developed in the non-Euclidean geometry. So we would like to know what is the fundamental difference between Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry, and how the formulation of non-Euclidean geometric equation simplified the formulation and understanding of the general theory of relativity. It would be very beneficial to all of us if you can tell a few lines about that.
It is interesting to sort of see that historically, in fact the question which you asked is how Einstein actually arrived at our present understanding of the general theory of relativity. Because as I explained to you, in 1907 Einstein realized the central role which the equivalence principle should play in the formulation of the theory of gravitation. This basically told him that when you consider a theory of gravitation, in addition to considering observers in uniform motion, you should consider observers who are accelerated. In more generally, you have to consider that all observers, irrespective of their state of motion, are valid observers for whom the laws of physics should take the same form. So once you allow accelerated observers as being legitimate observers to describe the theory of gravitation, Einstein realized that if you looked at a thought experiment considering of a rotating disk, now if you take a rotating disk and try to measure the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, if the disk is not rotating, you would get the expected answer of pi. Einstein argued that in the rotating disk, if you had a measurement of the circumference by putting rods along the circumference, these rods would be Lorentz contracted, whereas the rods which measured the diameter, which would be along the radii or along the diameter, they would not undergo Lorentz contraction. So if you try to measure the ratio of circumference to diameter in an accelerated frame, a rotating frame, remember, is an accelerated frame, then you would not get an answer equal to pi. This is a reflection of the fact to a mathematician that the geometry is different from the flat geometry. It is a non-Euclidean kind of geometry. However, Einstein argued that the effects of acceleration and the effects of uniform gravitational field, they are sort of similar. So if accelerated frames of reference are equivalent to non-Euclidean geometry, indeed a description of gravity should also involve non-Euclidean geometry. So finally Einstein realized that if you want to simply describe gravity, it is better to describe it as a non-Euclidean geometry rather than assuming from the start that it is described by Euclidean geometry.
So am I right in saying that the so-called acceleration is essentially a geometrical manifestation? Is that the way you put it? Is a manifestation of the geometry in the non-Euclidean space?
Yeah. So I would sort of state it slightly differently. I would sort of say that it gave Einstein the clue that the accelerated effects of acceleration can be simply thought of as equivalent to a non-Euclidean geometry, and by the equivalence principle this should apply equally to the gravitational field, because by experiments you cannot distinguish between the effects of acceleration and the effects of the gravitational field. So it is more natural to assume that gravity is manifested by the non-Euclidean nature of space-time.
Okay. In the electromagnetic theory, we know that the energy exchange is through what we know as photon, with Planck's constant h playing a very important role. If that is so, do we have a similar type of energy exchange? I don't want to call it as a photon because our mindset is on electromagnetic theory as far as photon is concerned. So I would say if there is a energy exchange in terms of quanta, what would you like to name that energy quanta which is carried over in the gravitation? I would like to get a clear picture on, is there a way really we can distinguish and identify this quantum of gravitational energy?
Well, this question on the one hand has a simple answer in analogy with electromagnetism, but as I will explain towards the end of my answer, the problem is that this answer is still at the level of speculation and not conclusively proved as in the case of electromagnetism. Let me answer the question first simply. Indeed, if one thinks of the general theory of relativity as a theory of the gravitational field, if one thinks of the fact that there is a field theory and therefore just as we have the theory of quantum electrodynamics, which is the quantum version of Maxwell's equations, which is a classical field theory, one can imagine that the force of gravity would also be described by a field theory, and if such a quantum field theory existed, indeed gravity would be explained by exchange of particles which can be called as gravitons. However, even though the general theory of relativity and quantum mechanics and quantum field theory have been around for many years, even today we cannot put together the principles of general relativity and the principles of quantum mechanics and construct a consistent quantum theory of gravity. So even though we believe that there will be eventually a picture of gravity as being mediated by gravitons, I would not say that we have proved this. What we can say is that we believe that general relativity is equivalent to a field theory. Now this field theory is different from the field theory of electromagnetism because the carriers are of spin 2. Remember that photons are of spin 1. The gravitons are supposed to be massless, exactly like the photons. That is why gravity has long range. But the whole point is that the photon itself does not carry charge. So the theory of electromagnetism is a linear kind of theory. The graviton carries energy, and since every form of energy gravitates, gravity is a nonlinear theory. So if you try to construct a quantum theory of gravitation, you have to start from a linear theory but add on nonlinearities. It turns out that though you can do this, there are technical difficulties related to what are called as the normalization properties of these particular theories, and therefore even today we don't have a consistent quantum theory of gravity. This is an important frontier area of research which has been pursued for many years up till now, but even today there is no consistent quantum theory of gravity. So even though the picture is there, I don't think we have a real quantum theory of gravity. So one should be careful when one uses the notion of gravitons within the general theory of relativity.
I would also like to know more about the gravitational waves and what is the significance of the gravitational waves. Do they really exist, and if they do exist, are we in a position to identify them, and what is the signature and how do we identify them, and what is the actual physics which it is leading to? And then I will also add a more question to that. Can you also describe what actually the gravitational lensing means? I will be very thankful if you can explain that.
As I explained to you that the basic role which general relativity is going to play is in astrophysics. Now when Einstein put out to his general theory of relativity, he basically also sort of realized that unlike in Newton's theory, light is affected by the gravitational field, and therefore if you have starlight passing through the field of a star like the sun, then it would be deflected. Now once you have a deflection of light, then immediately you sort of realize that therefore when you look at the images formed by gravitational fields, then those images would have different positions from the true positions which they occupy in the sky. Therefore in some sense the gravitational field acts like a lens media. It's like a refractive media, and therefore you see that the effect of large scale gravitational field is to create virtual images of bodies in the universe. So therefore the picture which we see of objects in the universe are in some sense the images or gravitational mirages being created by the large scale gravitational fields. And today such measurements can be made, and therefore when you look at the large scale structure of the universe, you can say something about the large scale distribution of galaxies if you looked at the images which are created by lensing in the universe. Now the other question which you asked about gravitational waves, that is another very exciting area of research, because though Einstein predicted the theory that from the general theory of relativity that gravitational waves should exist in analogy with electromagnetic waves, because of the fact that the gravitational interaction is 10 raised to 39 times weaker compared to the electromagnetic interaction, you find that the strength of the gravitational wave and hence the ability to detect gravitational wave is so much weaker. So even though electromagnetic waves were discovered and in the lab immediately 2 or 3, a few years after Maxwell predicted them by Hertz in the laboratory, even today 100 years after the gravitational waves were predicted, we have not been able to see gravitational waves directly in the laboratory. This does not mean that gravitational waves have not been seen indirectly, because there are astrophysical systems like the binary pulsar which can be used to indirectly predict that gravitational waves indeed will have effects on them. And in 1974 Hulse and Taylor discovered what is called as the binary pulsar. Binary pulsars allow you to reconstruct the orbit of these pulsars very accurately, and in Newton's theory these pulsars would move on fixed orbits and therefore the orbits would not decay. In Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravitational waves are emitted by these systems, and therefore the orbits, instead of being closed orbits, would be inspiraling orbits. This changed orbit, this inspiraling orbit, has been measured, has been reconstructed by observations which were made by Hulse and Taylor, and this gave these gentlemen a Nobel Prize in 1993. So there is indirect evidence that gravitational waves exist, and therefore the challenge today is to try to directly detect gravitational waves on the Earth. Do we do them today? Do we have experiments which can detect these gravitational waves today? Indeed, there are already experiments in progress. Since in the early 90s, there have been laser interferometers built in the US and in Europe. These detectors are called LIGO and Virgo. These detectors can detect have so much sensitivity that they can see the gravitational wave being emitted by strong sources like binary pulsars or binary black holes and so on. So these detectors, which have currently reached their design sensitivity, are expected to get sensitivities 10 times more in the next few years, and once that happens, we believe that gravitational waves would eventually be detected by detectors on the Earth, and this will be the beginning of a new kind of astronomy which is currently referred to as gravitational wave astronomy. And the picture which this is going to give us of the universe is going to be very different from what we know from electromagnetism.
It would be nice if you can explain what is the current status of the experimental position in India as compared to our Western brothers in the field of gravitational waves and identification of the so-called what you mentioned as graviton, and how do we go about, and exactly where are we? Are we at the beginning of this field? Are we quite far away compared to, as I mentioned, our Western brothers? Can you please throw some light on that?
Okay, the situation is the following. Now I would like to sort of mention that the enterprise of gravitational wave detection has become an enterprise like in particle physics. The LIGO detector has what is called as the LIGO Science Collaboration, which has about 600 researchers, about 40 to 50 institutions, and all these people cooperate in analyzing the data which comes out of this particular detector. So currently, if you look at a paper which is written from the data which comes out from this particular detector, it is almost like a particle physics paper with which you are sort of familiar. The list of authors is almost bigger, it has almost runs over one page. Yeah. Now the whole point is, therefore, gravitational wave detection is a very cooperative kind of phenomena, and over the last few years me and my students at RRI have been involved in theoretical calculations of binary black holes or binary neutron stars in collaboration with my French colleagues, and we have been participating in this particular experiment by constructing theoretical waveforms which are required for the data analysis. At IUCA, my colleague Professor Sanjeev Dhurandhar has led a group and has been involved in doing data analysis for the gravitational wave efforts, and is part of the LIGO science collaborations. So you will find him as and his students as authors on these LIGO papers. Unfortunately, we don't have any experimental activity in this particular area in the country. That does not mean that we cannot do that. So recently, over the last couple of years, in collaboration with colleagues at IUCA, Professor Sanjeev Dhurandhar and Tarun Sauradeep, and Professor Unni Krishnan at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, we are looking at a feasible study for a gravitational wave experiment involved in India in collaboration with the Australians, who have their own proposal for a detector which is called IGO. So currently we are trying to see whether in collaboration with the Australians we can set up an experimental facility in Australia, and later on, let's say about 2020, whether we can build our own detectors. I should like to sort of point out that gravitational wave detection is a very cooperative effect. Because of the fact that the signals are very weak, only when you have a network of detectors can you be sure that the event is definitely there. So because of this, there is a large amount of cooperation between all the detector groups, and therefore we hope that the feasibility report turns out to be positive, and eventually we will put our feet out by trying to get up a prototype detector first, and then participate in an Australian effort in collaboration, and eventually come with our own detector in about 10 to 15 years. I would like to sort of add, your question is very, very pertinent, because many times we are interested in getting into a field, but we usually get into a field much after the field has matured. If we make the same mistake in this particular case, I believe we will lose an important opportunity. So in our considered opinion, it is the right epoch to get into this particular effort. If we start the effort now, we have a chance 10 years from now to be there when the gravitational wave astronomy opens a new window to the universe. If it does not happen, I think we will lose a chance, and therefore I think that it is very, very important for our funding agencies to take this proposal seriously, assess it, and make a decision about going ahead with it as early as possible. If not, we will miss a chance to be part of an exciting opening window which is happening right now.
In the present day context, there are so many thrilling research papers coming out in the gravitational field, and several youngsters are interested in pursuing these studies. So what will be your advice for them to enter this field, and how should they go about, and how should they decide on which actual topic or choose the problem for their career? Can you please explain that?
Well, currently, as I told you, there are very small groups at RRI and IUCA which can help students work for, do their research in areas of source modeling and gravitational wave data analysis. But as I said, it is a limited kind of success. We really have to encourage young people to get into the gravity wave experiments. So what I would say is that the younger people who want to take up challenges, they can be people from engineering backgrounds or from physics backgrounds. They should get in touch with the people who are now trying to set up prototype facilities. For example, as I explained to you, we are hoping to set up a prototype in TIFR under Professor Unni Krishnan. Some initial experiments will start off right away. So I would say that if people get in touch with people who are planning these experiments, they can get trained in the different aspects which are involved in these particular experiments. Our colleagues in the US have also agreed to sponsor a few students under their research visiting students program to expose them to actual detection techniques on prototypes or actual detectors and so on. So I would say that they should get in touch with the people working on the experiment either in India or in the US, and try to explore the experimental aspects of this particular subject, because we believe that there are spin-offs of this particular experiment to many other branches. We expect that there will be spin-offs to high quality timekeeping, to high quality vacuum systems, to high quality seismic systems, and therefore we believe that an effort in this particular direction will not only build up credibility in gravitational wave physics, but also in high quality experimental physics in India. So I would say that experimental physics should be, people, younger students should also take seriously the option of getting into experimental areas and not just focus their attention only on exotic theoretical studies, because at the end of the day only physics is all about experiments, and unless you have cutting edge experiments, I don't think we can ever make cutting edge progress. And if you ask the question, why are there no Nobel Prizes in India, I would say it is because we are not focused enough on high technology experiments and high technology areas. So to answer the question which we keep asking all the time, why don't we have high quality science, I would say high quality science is only possible if experimental physics is encouraged in all the universities, IITs and IISERs, and the government realizes that funding high quality experimental research is the stepping stone to high quality performance in sciences.
It's been a very nice thing and a very pleasure for me to talk to you, Bala, on the general theory of relativity and learn myself. I am sure the students are very much benefited by your lectures, and thank you very much for coming over here and sparing your time.
Hello and welcome to the session on factors adversely affecting education of women. Education of women is an important aspect for boosting the social and economic development of the country. Promotion of girls' education, particularly at elementary level, is to bring certain benefits for the society in the form of social development and reconstruction. Promotion of girls' education needs to be in the form of content and quality of schooling, teachers, materials, enrollments, retentions, acquisition of basic literacy and numerical skills. The purpose behind it was to bring social development across variety of sectors, increasing economic productivity, political participation, health and sanitation, delayed marriage, and making effective investment for future generation. Though there are many other possible ways and methods to achieve this national goal, education of girls is an effective way which has simultaneous impact on all aspects. Promoting girls' education has been a priority in India for over a century, but discrepancies still persist in learning opportunities. Significantly, India is the second largest educational system in the world after China, with a total enrollment of 114.6 million at primary level and 41.3 million at upper primary levels, out of which 47.52 million and 18.72 million are girls at primary and upper primary levels respectively. As per the Constitutional Amendment Act 2002, elementary education is a fundamental right of all the children in the age group of 6 to 14 years. As one of the major goals of SSA is to promote social justice, all gender and social category gaps were removed at primary level by 2007 and at elementary level by 2010. Still, universalization of elementary education in its totality is an elusive goal. Even now, the education of girls is lagging behind than boys at all levels of school education. This is a fact we can't ignore, that their enrollment rate is low and dropout rate is higher than boys at all levels of education. Many girls leave schools even without completing elementary education. Education in public schools for rural poor girls and women is largely limited to acquiring literacy and numeracy. The second category of superior schools, mostly in urban areas, is not within the reach of the poor. Only limited learning opportunities in rural public schools are left for girls from poor and deprived families. The focus on access has brought many girls into school, but assuring quality remains an ever debated issue. Deprived children, including large numbers of girls, are offered a quality compromised free education through what is formally known as transitional school. Competing and consecutive political ideologies have all resulted in more education and progress towards education for all, EFA, but of low quality, where the poor and deprived, particularly girls, suffer the most. There are many socio-cultural, economic and educational barriers which hinder their participation in education. Some of these barriers are discussed below. Barriers to women's education. Geographical. The considerable spatial disparity and in some cases incompleteness of institutional provision even at primary level relates directly to difficulties of physical access which adversely affect girls more than boys. Patterns of transportation and migration affect educational provision and take-up, again normally disadvantaging females, and in some cases extreme physical difficulties such as flooding and other hazards act in the same way. The influence of this factor can only be overcome by more sophisticated and multivariate spatial analysis of educational needs and the planning and implementation of integrated development projects as a result. Socio-cultural. A major deterrent to female take-up and follow-through of educational opportunities, even when these are available, is a near universal fundamental cultural bias in favor of males. The widespread operation of patriarchal system of social organization, of customary early marriage, of the incidence of early pregnancy in and out of marriage, of heavier domestic and subsistence duties of females, especially in rural areas, a generally lower regard for the value of female life, all combined through differentially in each case to adversely affect the participation of girls and women in formal education. To this list may be added problems of seclusion and security in some areas. Such long-standing constraints result in a dearth of female role models that could challenge the traditional one that is clearly acquired by both sexes at a very early age. The influence of this factor can only be overcome inter alia by a profound change of attitude on the part of influential males and traditionally minded powerful females in key family positions. Health. In general, the effect of poverty and malnutrition on the health of school-age children falls harder on girls than boys. Boys may get preferential feeding, while girls who have a heavier domestic workload are more likely to be undernourished. Even if they get to school, this adversely affects their performance and therefore retention rate. Health problems associated with the pregnancy, especially for adolescent girls, obviously have a negative effect, as do rising trends of sexual activity in the younger generations where these occur. Problems associated with the family size and family planning is widespread in relation to possible participation in education and implies the need for sex or health education at school level. It is clear that the health factor, though partly hidden and indirect in effect, is a very significant one in respect of the quality of young female participation in education as well as the quantity of it. Economic. Together with the fundamental socio-cultural bias in favor of males, the economic factor, especially in terms of grading poverty and hunger, is probably the most influential in adversely affecting female participation in education, especially in rural areas. In such harsh economic circumstances, both direct and hidden costs to a family of sending daughters to school are perceived by parents to be prohibitive in terms of the provision of books, paper and uniforms or clothing important for social reasons, as well as the loss of vital help at home and on the land. In their condition, they consider sending daughters to school as a luxury which they can't afford. Because of the patriarchal predominance, investment in the girls' schooling is considered as a waste, since it benefits the family into which a girl marries rather than her own. In the more privileged classes, investment in the education of females may be an advantage in marrying well. This further increases the urban or rural gap. Vocational education, which might relate to employment prospects, is everywhere weak and undervalued, but especially so in respect of the interest of girls. Religious. The reality is that if the family is more religious, there is a tendency that they would stick to all religious norms blindly. Unfortunately, in India, some religious communities follow the practice of child marriage. This adversely affects the education of girl child, especially, example, girls in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Orissa, etc. Many customs and cultural practices like that hinder education of girls. For example, many parents of a certain community do not send their daughters to schools when they attain puberty. Legal. This factor acts mainly indirectly. Most countries have now legislated for equal status in respect of sex, but this is usually a recent innovation and traditional sanctions often still operate unchallenged. In many rural areas, long-standing societal rules constraining females are still operative, as is the case with continuing early marriage. With the acquisition of minimum legal knowledge and support in such areas as gaining justice and compensation for assault, understanding letters and contracts, arguing for educational provision according to the law, and challenging disadvantageous pressures in respect of marriage, divorce and inheritance could be very helpful to the female cause. The encouragement and support for more females to seek and develop careers in various areas of this profession could be a very significant development in respect of female participation in education. Political or administrative. Although policies exist in most cases for such developments as universal primary education, equal educational opportunities in terms of gender and the eradication of gender bias from text and other materials, the political will to carry these through seems to be weak in the face of severe economic constraint. The creation of ministries or Bureau of Women's Affairs appears to be counterproductive, and the poor quality of local administrative or advisory staff and resources renders such government initiatives as do occur relatively ineffective. In some cases, where strong political dichotomies or other such disparities exist, even elite females may be disadvantaged by being in the wrong camp, and their potential contribution to national development and the role of females in general to that end may be lost. Language policies can adversely affect female participation in that where vernaculars have no status and schooling is either absent or very poor, women and girls remain trapped. As with the churches, political leaders are almost always male, and until considerably more women break into the most influential echelons of power, the question of low female participation in education and its implications for national development may well remain on the sidelines. Educational. This factor itself can be a deterrent to female participation in schooling. Difficulties of accessibility, lack of resources and low teacher quality and morale are widespread. In particular, the lack of female primary teachers in rural areas is a real problem. The organization of schooling in terms of the daily and seasonal imperatives of local economies usually renders it dysfunctional, and the curriculum is often unattractive in instrumental terms. At secondary level, in addition to the lack of accessible places, problems of cost, direct and hidden, are acute, and there is a considerable need for more single-sex girls' schools, some with secure boarding facilities and scholarship schemes to enable participation. Vocational education is weak, and schemes open to girls in this field are particularly useful. There is still a widespread problem of gender bias in books and materials. Suggestive measures. A large number of recommendations have been made and measures suggested for bridging the wide gap between the educational development of boys and girls by various well-known committees and commissions set up in the country from time to time. The wide gap between the educational development of boys and girls can be narrowed by improving the rates of girls' enrollment and their retention, and by adopting the following measures in a big way as a package deal. Some of these measures are already in work in some states in a partial way or on a pilot basis, but the adoption of these measures partially or on pilot basis has not made any visible impact on this problem. Therefore, the following measures are suggested to be adopted in totality and uniformly in a big way. Support should be given to NGOs involved in non-formal primary education projects which positively discriminate in favor of the participation of girls. Schemes should be brought for the enhancement of female participation in schooling, especially in rural areas, be part of an integrated and coordinated development including such other aspects as health, environment and economy. Projects should be developed and supported which address preschool childcare needs and adult literacy or skills development needs in an integrated and coordinated way. Aid should be considered for the provision of books, other learning materials, uniforms or other necessary clothing, and fees to enable more girls to participate in schooling at both primary and secondary levels. Support should be given to the construction of more single-sex schools for girls with adequate residential facilities for pupils and female teachers in those locations where this is necessary for either environmental or social or cultural reasons. Aid should be provided for more scholarships to enable girls from poorer economic backgrounds to attend secondary school, whether boarding or otherwise. NGOs should be encouraged to submit schemes for aid approval that would have the effect of improving the rate of progression of girls from primary to secondary schooling. Support should be given to projects designed to eliminate gender bias from textbooks and other learning materials, especially at primary and secondary level, but also in respect of teacher education and training. Funding should be considered for improvements in the provision of teacher education and training, especially for primary school work that would encourage greater female participation and include more residential accommodation for female students. Aid should be considered for the upgrading of technical and vocational education for both sexes, partly though not exclusively, as a second chance opportunity of dropouts from the formal system. In some cases, this could be part of a community-based skills development program. Efforts should be supported to raise the level of male awareness of the community and family economic benefits likely to arise from increased participation of women and girls in educational and income generating activities. Aid should be considered for credible women's movements with track records of support for aspects of education and training, both formal and non-formal. Support should be given to the upgrading of traditional or subsistence agricultural practices, especially where those involve women and girls to a significant extent. Support should be considered for feeding schemes in primary and secondary schools, where such a facility might encourage and enable the poorest families to send their boys and girls to school. Aid should be provided to improve the level of educational policy implementation at the local level through the training of significant numbers of personnel in systems of implementation and delivery. Their role would be a practical one of animation, advice and support rather than mere administration. The opportunity should be taken to include a considerable number of women in such programs of training and subsequent employment. Assistance should be provided to enable the school day and the school year to be adjusted to the realities of rural life and the demands of rural economies on child labor. Aid should be given for resolving the urgent and particular problem of the security of female teachers, especially in rural areas, by providing adequate accommodation and protection. Why is women's education important? It is the reality that not only do education benefit the person learning, but also the community in which they live. Education contributes to the economic stability of any given nation by increasing the income of the poor. Research has shown that no country has sustained consistent economic growth without a significant nationwide literacy rate. In addition to economic stability, education promotes civil and international peace as well as cultural tolerance and understanding. The benefits of girls' education include economic productivity, social development, intergenerational education, social equity, sustainability of development effort. So, there is a general perception today that the education of girls and women is one of the wisest and most profitable investments in social and economic terms. The first person to benefit from education is the woman or girl herself as an individual and as a member of society. But the positive effects are felt also by her family, the community, society and the whole country. Let us take a look into how an educated girl contributes to the development of a country. The girl as an individual. Education leads to greater self-esteem and self-confidence and opens up new horizons for girls, enabling them to discover their own potential, to develop themselves fully and increase their resistance to gender discrimination. The family. Education helps girls and women to have a positive impact on their families, better childcare, vaccination, schooling, etc., better nutrition, decrease in child mortality, better communication with the children and other family members. When women's education is combined with an improvement in their status, they account for over 50% of the reduction of child malnutrition. An educated woman is better equipped to increase family income and resolve family problems satisfactorily. Her family's well-being thus gets a big boost. The community and society. Education heightens women's awareness of the important role they can play in the community and society to find solutions to problems that impede development and social stability. Survival rates, schooling and community productivity increase as a result of women's education, with a corresponding decrease in mother and infant mortality rates. The community and society thus become more prosperous. The nation. With the awareness of her role as citizen, an educated woman can play a more dynamic role in addressing the economic challenges faced by her country in the areas of agricultural production, food self-sufficiency, the fight against environmental degradation, the use and conservation of water and energy. Women's education alone is obviously not enough to solve the country's problems, but it remains an essential factor in any development activity. Let me summarize the session. This particular unit discusses the issues adversely affecting women's education in India. The first module is an introduction which mentions about the present situation of women's education in India. It is the second module which elaborately describes all the factors which adversely affecting the women's education. And the third module puts some recommendations to overcome the discussed barriers to women's education. Finally, the fourth module gives stress to the point that why women's education is so important. The module brings out the many reasons for giving women proper education and makes clear that why it is so essential. Now you can try to attempt the following questions. What is meant by economic barrier to women's education? How health becomes a barrier to the participation of women in education? What are the benefits of women's education in general? How an educated woman contributes to a nation as a citizen? Write an essay on the factors adversely affecting the women's education. Explain some of the suggestions for overcoming the barriers. Now, you can refer the books for further reading. Women's Education in Developing Countries, Barriers, Benefits and Policies by Elizabeth M., King M. and Annie H. 1988, World Bank Publications. School Education in Rural India by Prakash V. 1993, Mittal Publications, New Delhi. A Program for Universal Elementary Education, Framework for Implementation, a report of Department of Elementary Education and Literacy, MHRD, 2005. Second Historical Survey of Women's Education in India, 1988 to 1994, by Agarwal SP and Agarwal JC, 1991, Concept Publishing Company. Hope that you have enjoyed this session. We can meet again with another topic. Thank you.
Audiovisual technology, meaning and scope. Let's have an overview of the content. Today is the age of science and technology. Everything is impacted by technological advancements and the development and its delivery. The teaching learning programs have also been affected by it. The combination of education and technology has been considered the main key to human progress. Technology will play a huge part in both the development and delivery of future education programs. The highest level of change occurring in relation to information technology and education is in the way teaching is increasingly being seen as occurring via the medium of technology rather than utilizing technology as an additional extra in the classroom. Educational technology is the application of modern skills and techniques to the requirements of education and training. It uses a technical device or tool to enhance instruction. This can include audio, visual and digital media and should not be limited to computers, computer peripherals and related software. Of all these, audiovisual technology is the most common and the most important. They are also known as instructional aids or teaching aids. Information technology requires teachers to learn new sets of skills. The process of teaching learning depends upon the different type of equipment available in the classroom. They are known as teaching aids. Teaching aids are of different types: visual aids, audio aids, and audiovisual aids. In simple terms, these aids are extension agents that help in facilitating communication when interacting and in teaching learning process. After the use of training films and other visual aids during World War II, audiovisual technology gradually developed in sophistication and its use became more widespread in educational establishments such as schools, colleges, universities, museums, and galleries. Now let's see how to select the appropriate aid. Audiovisual aids in the classroom can enhance teaching methods and improve student comprehension. Effective communication emphasizes the teacher's role in terms of selecting the course content and also in integrating the course content with appropriate material. All these materials are complementary and supplementary to the course content. Visual and other aids are only effective if they are appropriate to the situation and are used properly by the presenter. Unsuitable aids or ones that are not used properly can at best distract and at worst mislead the audience. So the following principles may be followed to consider with the use of any visual or audiovisual aids. Let's see the principles. Select the most suited aid for communication. The use of aid should be meaningful and purposeful. The aid should be selected according to the location, the composition and size of the audience. They should motivate the learner as well as the teacher. Teaching aids used should be simple but meaningful. They should have specific educational values besides being interesting and motivating. The aids should be selected according to the age of the learners. They should have specific education values and should help in the realization of learning desired objectives. They should be accurate in all respects. The message should be conveyed properly. They should assist, complement and supplement what the presenter is doing. Make sure that the audience will be able to see and hear clearly using the aid. Aids used should be simple. Practice using the aids beforehand. Teachers should carefully visualize the use of teaching aids before their actual presentation. Where projector aids are used, it is important that the presenter is fully accustomed to use the equipment. The aids should be displayed properly so that all the students can see it, observe it and can derive maximum benefit from it. The person using the equipment should guide the students to respond actively to the audiovisual stimulus so that they derive the maximum benefits in learning. Use of aids should be such that it is up to date according to the revolution in technology. They should be easily portable and at the same time simple and cheap. Now let's see the history of audiovisual aids. The history of the use of audiovisual aids came to be traced back to the 15th century. A Dutch humanist, theologist and writer, Erasmus, disclosed that memorization is a very effective technique in learning. He advocated that the children should learn through aids of pictures or other visuals for easy memorization. Later in the early 17th century, John Emmrc Comenius prepared a book known as Orbis Sensilium Pictus. Orbis Sensilium Pictus meant the world of sense objects. The book contained nearly about 150 pictures on aspects of everyday life. This is considered as an illustrated book for children's education. The term visual education was first used by Nelson Greens in 1926. During its start, there were 4 revolutions identified in education. They are: number 1, education from home to school; second, written word as a tool of education; third one, invention of printing and use of books; next, use of electronic media like the radio, TV, tape recorder, computer, etc. in education. Audiovisual aids are anything by means of which learning process may be encouraged or carried on through the sense of hearing or sense of sight. Audiovisual aids have become important medium of communication. Audiovisual aids are of various forms. Some say they are broadly of 2 types, some say of 3 types, still others say of 4 or 5 types. But the materials or audiovisual aids that are used at the primary level may be classified into 3 major categories. This classification is based on the learner's sense organs that are influenced by the aids. If a person wants to convey a message to another person or a group of people, the communication will be much more effective with the use of audiovisual aids. The aids that involve the sense of hearing or are those which can be heard are called audio aids. Auditory learners focus more on the spoken word rather than the written one. They hear taped recordings of lectures and pick up on the speech nuances such as tone and pitch. Computers with speech recognition devices will also help auditory learners to process and retain information better than just reading from a textbook. Students with hearing disabilities will also benefit from teachers who use microphones while lecturing. Some of the commonly used audio aids in classroom include radio, MP3 player, tape recorder, gramophones, Walkman, headphones, etc. Now let's see the advantages of audio aids. Audio aids are usually inexpensive broadcast equipments compared to video or audiovisual aids. Helps in reviewing a lesson if recorded. They are very effective in specialist roles, can be used to supplement the lesson, easy to use. At the same time, there are also disadvantages in using audio aids alone. They can be used only for a short duration. They need specialist recording skills and can be time consuming. They are also less interesting when used alone. Record players or gramophones are used when some songs or poems, chorus, prayers, etc. are to be presented. Other programs can be recorded from radio and if possible from television programs also. Audio aids help in developing the listening skill. The tapes can be used again and again. Listening to a radio program needs prior training in listening skills. The learners are to be guided properly before they listen to a radio program, as radio programs cannot be repeated unless they are immediately recorded. Radio programs are of 2 types. One type of radio program is called education radio broadcast, which provide scope for participation of teachers and students. They also supplement school activities. The second category of radio programs are those where a general discussion on social issues, health and diseases takes place. Let's have a discussion on visual aids. The aids which use sense of vision are called visual aids. They are helpful to visualize things. Some of the commonly used visual aids are actual objects, models, pictures, charts, maps, posters, graphs, newspaper, flashcards, flannel board, bulletin board, chalkboard, opaque projectors, overhead projector, slides, graphic aids, 3-dimensional aids, print materials, etc. Out of these, blackboard and chalk are the commonest ones. Visual learners understand meaning through graphic portrayals such as charts, illustrations and diagrams. The visual aids are used for summarizing, comparing, contrasting or performing other services in explaining a particular subject matter. Let's see the advantages of visual aids. They are: the use of visual aid stimulates attention and arouses interest in the learner, results in colorful, realistic reproduction of original subject. It provides outline for materials covered in any subject matter, useful for larger groups. It creates an aesthetic or atmospheric effect. It is self-explanatory and conveys the message quickly. In language learning, visual aids are helpful in developing language skills such as speaking and writing, as they stimulate learners' sense of sight. Visual aids are classified into categories such as that do not involve electronic equipments and those that involve aids which are well integrated with machines or electronic equipment. The first category involves equipments like chalkboard, pictures, posters, flannel boards, charts, photographs, maps, the globe, graphs, objects, specimens, models, puppets, materials made from clay and textbook illustrations. The second category involves equipments like overhead projector and silent motion pictures. Film strips and transparencies are widely used in classrooms in almost every country. Sometimes it becomes important to use these aids when demonstrating a point, a fact, an idea or a process. Slides have additional advantage of since it helps display visual images that cannot be drawn or displayed in a blackboard. Film strips are accompanied by self-contained teaching notes. Audiovisual aids. The aids which involve the sense of vision as well as hearing are called audiovisual aids. Audiovisual aids are multisensory materials which motivate and stimulate the individual. It makes dynamic learning experience more concrete, realistic and clear. The examples of audiovisual aids include television, film projector, film strips, etc. These equipments help in the process of learning, that is motivation, classification and stimulation. The advantage of audiovisual aids over the other two are: they are compact, they are helpful in capturing and sustaining attention of students, arouse interest and motivates students to learn, helps in saving energy and time of both the teacher and the student, inexpensive when quantity reproduction is required, they provide a near realistic experience, useful for education of masses. Now let's see the scope of audiovisual aids. Education is an important ingredient of national development. Throughout the history, technology and related equipments have been a dominant factor for initializing and accelerating human progress and development. Similar is the case with audiovisual aids. Audiovisual aids are both complementary and supplementary in nature. Sometimes these aids extend the scope of a topic and sometimes they enrich or strengthen the presentation of the content made by the presenter or teacher. The scope of audiovisual aids include a wide range of materials and techniques, each of which has an important contribution to the teaching process. The spectacular growth of knowledge in recent years has also rendered the conventional methods of teaching somewhat inadequate. The need for extensive use of audiovisual aids springs from the realization of the fact that teachings supplemented by sight and sound facilitate and enriches the learning process. The audiovisual aids make the best expertise available to the student in the institution, which cannot attract even teachers of higher caliber. Not only this, these aids can be repeated again and again. Words, whether written or spoken by a teacher, cannot and will not provide adequate learning experience for a student. There should be something that supplements the teacher's words. Educational problems are diverse, so are the solutions. Solution may be to provide resources in the classroom to distance education or using technologies to facilitate communication. Visual aids are very helpful in this regard in the form of pictures, flashcards, posters, etc. They allow people to contact one another and exchange ideas very easily in order to create communities built around common interest and common causes. Listening is also a very important skill in language learning. If we do not get an opportunity to listen to a language, we cannot speak it properly. Hence, there is a need for audio cassettes which contain recitation of poems, narration of stories, etc. Such material will not only be interesting but also be motivating for the learner. Apart from these, we have video cassettes also. These cassettes present a wide variety of information along with detailed descriptions, songs and other dramatic effects. With the use of these audiovisual aids, classroom teaching can be converted into a very joyful learning experience. The audiovisual aids make a lesson more enjoyable and more effective. The use of audiovisual aids also help in better retention of the content. Usually, when we hear something, we tend to forget it within a specific time span. When we see it with our eyes, we remember it for a longer time, and when we perform an activity with our own hands, we understand its process. This is because of the fact that the more the senses are stimulated and involved, the more will be the learning and retention among learners. It is therefore very important that we provide a number of opportunities for listening, speaking, seeing, smelling and touching things and objects. The richer the experiences are, the greater is the incentive for speaking, reading or writing about them. In this age of knowledge explosion, we want to tell the learners a number of things in a very short time. The use of audiovisual aids can be very helpful in this. Through such aids, we can say much in a short time and in a short form what otherwise would take a lot of time and space. We can provide our children much more matter for thinking and acquiring information in a very short time. Thus, a well-developed language program supported by suitable, relevant and effective aids provides a number of enriching experiences. These ultimately lead to the development of language skills in the learner. The aim of teaching with technological media is clearing the channel between the learner and the things that are worth learning. The basic assumption underlying audiovisual aids is that learning with clear understanding stems from sense experiences. When these tools are used, there is greater scope for learners to move about, talk, discuss and comment upon. The use of audiovisual aids provides a touch of reality to the learning situation. The aids also help in providing opportunities of education to people living in remote areas. Thus, the audiovisual aids provide significant gains in informational learning, retention and recall, thinking and reasoning, activity, interest, imagination, better assimilation and personal growth and development. The plus point is that the audiovisual materials supply concrete basis for conceptual thinking. They give rise to meaningful concepts enriched by meaningful association and hence they offer the best solution. Let us summarize the major points we have discussed so far. In this unit, we have discussed the meaning and various types of audiovisual aids. Today, everything is impacted by technological advancements and the development and its delivery. The teaching learning programs have also been affected by it. Use of audiovisual aids is the best example. They are also known as instructional or teaching aids. The process of teaching learning depends upon the different types of equipment available in the classroom. They are known as teaching aids. Teaching aids are of different types: visual aids, audio aids, and audiovisual aids. These aids are extension agents that help in facilitating communication when interacting and in teaching learning process. Visual and other aids are only effective if they are appropriate to the situation and are used properly by the presenter. Unsuitable aids or ones that are not used properly can at the best distract and at worst mislead the audience. The classification of audiovisual aids can be done on the basis of learners' sense organs that are influenced by the aids. The aids that involve the sense of hearing or those which can be heard are called audio aids. Auditory learners focus more on the spoken word rather than the written one. Some of the commonly used audio aids in classroom include radio, MP3 player, tape recorder, gramophones, Walkman, headphones, etc. The aids which use sense of vision are called visual aids. They are helpful to visualize things. Some of the commonly used visual aids are actual objects, models, pictures, charts, maps, posters, graphs, newspaper, flashcards, flannel board, bulletin board, flashcards, chalkboard, opaque projectors, overhead projector, slides, graphic aids, three-dimensional aids, print materials, etc. In language learning, visual aids are helpful in developing language skills such as speaking and writing as they stimulate learners' sense of sight. Visual aids are classified into categories such as that do not involve electronic equipments and those that involve aids which are well integrated with machines or electronic equipment. The aids which involve the sense of vision as well as hearing are called audiovisual aids. Audiovisual aids are multisensory materials which motivate and stimulate the individual. The examples of audiovisual aids include television, film projector, film strips, etc. The scope of using such aids has also been discussed. Audiovisual aids help in communication, retention and providing more information in less time. The need for extensive use of audiovisual aids springs from the realization of the fact that teachings supplemented by sight and sound facilitate and enriches the learning process. The audiovisual aids make the best expertise available to the student in the institution which cannot attract even teachers of higher caliber. The audiovisual aids provide significant gains in informational learning, retention and recall, thinking and reasoning, activity, interest, imagination, better assimilation and personal growth and development.